Hello everyone and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes there will only be a few ads, and after that the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience, even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings. That's why I'd like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you like, let me know in the comments where in the world you ray listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they ray essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The light from the porch was a sickly, jaundiced yellow, and it flickered. Not a dramatic power surge flicker, but a slow, weary pulse, as if the bulb itself were exhausted by the secrets the house held. It cast long, unsteady shadows across the dew-slick planks of the deck, shadows that seemed to twitch and crawl independent of the wind-stirred ferns hanging from the eaves. Eduardo Mora stood inside the sliding glass door, a glass of water in his hand, and watched the light die and stutter back to life. He had been watching it for 10 minutes. It was the kind of detail that would have been background noise a year ago, just a faulty fixture. Now it felt like a signal, a heartbeat, a warning. He was a former analyst, a man who had spent a decade in a windowless room in Northern Virginia staring at patterns in data streams, connecting digital ghosts. He had retired not for glory or disillusionment, but for the quiet hum of a normal life. For Helen, for their daughter Chloe, for the solid, predictable weight of a mortgage and a lawn that needed mowing. This vacation rental in the San Juan Islands was supposed to be the pinnacle of that normalcy. Salt air, evergreens, the cry of gulls, but the flickering light was a flaw in the picture, a pixel out of place, and his mind, against his will, began its old, familiar work. The next morning the flaw became a chasm. They were in the small, tourist-clogged port town, waiting for a ferry. Chloe was licking a drippy ice cream cone. Helen was browsing a stand of local pottery. Her son had a bright, clean white. Eduardo's eyes, habitually scanning, caught on a white panel van parked too perfectly, with a sightline that covered the entire boarding lane for the vessel. It was the van itself that was unremarkable, but the man in the driver's seat was not. He was too still. His gaze was not that of a man waiting for a passenger or a delivery. It was the fixed, patient gaze of a predator. And then Eduardo saw the second man, moving through the crowd with a backpack that was too new, its straps adjusted too tightly, his pace a metronome of purpose. It was a constellation of insignificant details that to Eduardo's trained eye formed a perfect, terrible constellation. He didn't think, he acted. A quiet word to a young, bored-looking deputy sheriff standing near the dock, a few low, urgent sentences that used phrases he had sworn to never use again. His voice was calm, but his hand on the deputy's arm was a vice. There was skepticism, then a radio call, then a sudden, beautiful, terrifying flurry of movement as the world understood. The man with the backpack was tackled. The van sped off, screeching around a corner, lost. The bomb squad from Seattle later said the device was sophisticated, military grade. It could have taken out the ferry, the dock, half the town. For 2 days, Eduardo was a hero. Local news, a handshake from the governor, the grateful, bewildered looks from his family. Helen held his hand tightly at night, her silence louder than any praise. Then the flickering light outside their rental house went out for good. Someone had unscrewed the bulb, and tucked beneath the welcome mat was a single, folded piece of plain paper. On it, typed in a common font, was a message. "We see you, analyst. We see your wife in the white hat. We see your daughter with the ice cream. We see the house you call home in Bethesda. There is no retirement." It was signed with a symbol he had only ever seen in classified briefings, a stylized scimitar crossed with a quill. The name attached to it was Farley. The vacation was over, the life was over. The agency men came, 2 of them in bland sedans, their faces as forgettable as their suits. Their names were Miller and Jessup. They offered protection, relocation, a new identity. They sat at Eduardo's dining room table back in Bethesda, their presence making the familiar furniture seem like stage props. They spoke of Farley not as a man, but as a phenomenon, a ghost. A former academic, a linguist the agency itself had once used, who had turned his brilliant, ordered mind against his creators. This was not ideology, they said. This was revenge, personalized and infinitely patient. Eduardo refused the new identity. He would not let Farley erase him. He would not make his family ghosts, so they settled into a new, terrible rhythm. A life of closed curtains and alarm systems, of checking the backseat of the car, of seeing a threat in every parked car, every delivery person, every flicker of a light. Helen tried to be the anchor, her rationality a fortress against the creeping dread. She went to work at her architecture firm. She helped Chloe with her homework. She planned meals, all with a serene, determined grace that Eduardo knew was the strongest performance of her life. But at night, in their bed, he could feel the fine tremor in her hands. He began his own investigation, a shadow war fought from his home office. He used skills he had promised to let rust, tapping into old contacts, using backdoors left unsealed out of nostalgia or oversight. He was no longer an analyst for the government. He was a husband, a father, an animal backed into a corner. The digital trail was a spider web, delicate and complex. Farley was a master of misdirection, his communications layered in poetry, in ancient tradecraft, in the seemingly innocuous chatter of online gaming forums and literary review comment sections. He learned that Farley was not building a cell, he was building a narrative. The attack on the ferry was not the main event, it was the opening paragraph, a statement of capability, a declaration that the borders were illusions, that safety was a myth sold to the public. Eduardo's foiling of it had been an unexpected plot twist, one that Farley had simply incorporated into the story. Eduardo was no longer a bystander, he was the protagonist in Farley's dark epic. The tension was a low-grade fever, constant, draining. A week later, Chloe's beloved cat, a fluffy ginger tom named Marmalade, went missing. They found him the next morning on the front step. He had not been harmed, only shaved. On his belly, clipped into the short fur, was the same symbol, the scimitar and the quill. It was a message of such intimate, psychological cruelty that Helen finally broke. She didn't scream or cry. She simply sat on the bottom step of the staircase and stared at the wall for an hour, her face a mask of quiet devastation. The violation was absolute. They had been inside the fence. They had held her daughter's cat. Miller and Jessup increased the patrols, but their frustration was palpable. This was not how the game was played. They wanted a target, a location, a piece of hard intelligence they could act upon. Farley gave them only whispers and psychological torment. The break came from the past. Eduardo, digging through his own archived work, found an old, forgotten analysis of Farley's pre-radicalization academic papers. The man had been a scholar of epic poetry, specifically the theme of the unheeded prophet. He had written extensively on Cassandra, cursed to see the future and be believed by no one. It was the key. Farley wasn't just seeking revenge, he was staging a tragedy. He needed an audience. He needed his warnings, his attacks, to be witnessed, to be understood in their brilliance. Eduardo knew then what the next target would be. It wasn't a mass casualty event. It was a symbol, the annual gala for the Foundation for Democratic Values, where a former CIA director was receiving a Lifetime Achievement Award. It was a room full of the very people who had once dismissed Farley. It was his Trojan horse, his final, dramatic monologue. He called Miller, he laid it out, the logic, the pattern, the psychological profile. There was silence on the other end of the line, then a quiet, "we'll look into it." It was the brush-off, the language of bureaucracy. They didn't have the resources, the credibility to act on a theory built on classical literary analysis. So Eduardo made his choice. The line between domestic security and his own covert war vanished. He kissed Helen goodbye, a long, deep kiss that held every unspoken word of their life together. He told her he was meeting with the agents that they had allayed. He saw the hope and the fear in her eyes, and he knew he was lying to her for the last time. He drove not to the safe house, but into the heart of the city. The gala was a jewel box of light and noise, sequins and black tie, shimmering under the crystal chandeliers of a historic hotel. Eduardo moved through the service corridors, a ghost in his own life. His phone tapped into the hotel's security feed. He saw what the cameras missed: a waiter whose posture was too rigid, a floral arrangement that was just a little too large, its water reservoir capable of holding more than just stems. He found Farley not in the ballroom, but in the control room, standing over the terrified technician. He was a tall, gaunt man with the calm, focused eyes of a composer about to conduct his masterpiece. He didn't seem surprised to see Eduardo. The analyst, Farley said, his voice a soft, cultured baritone. "I wondered if you would appreciate the finale. It's for you as much as for them." "It's over, Farley." "Is it? This is just the end of the first act. The explosion will be small, symbolic, just enough to shatter the windows and the illusion. They will see. They will finally see the fragility of it all." Eduardo didn't argue. He didn't recite the rules of engagement. He simply moved. It was not a fight of finesse, but of desperation. A struggle over a detonator that was disguised as a hotel pager. They crashed against the consoles, sending monitors blinking into static. Eduardo was stronger, driven by a raw, primal fear for the lives in the next room, for the woman in the white sun hat, for the daughter with the ice cream cone. He forced Farley's hand, the detonator clattering to the floor. He pinned him, his arm around his neck, and he squeezed. He watched the composer's face turn purple, the brilliant, hateful eyes bulge with a sudden, shocking humanity. He held on until the struggle ceased, until the body went limp in his arms. The silence that followed was broken by the distant sound of a string quartet. The gala went on, oblivious. The guests laughed and drank, their world intact. There were no charges. There was a debriefing, a quiet, sterile room. Miller and Jessup were there, along with men whose titles Eduardo would never know. They called it a righteous intervention, a national service. They offered him his job back, a promotion. He refused. They shook his hand. They told him it was over. But it wasn't. He went home. He held Helen. He read to Chloe. He mowed the lawn. He tried to piece the fragments of his life back together, but the world had permanently shifted on its axis. The flicker of a light was no longer just a faulty connection. It was a signal. A parked car was not just a parked car. It was a surveillance post. The mailman was not just the mailman. He was a potential threat. He had looked into the abyss, and the abyss had not blinked. It had written his name into its story. He began his own ritual. Every morning, after Helen left for work and Chloe was at school, he would go into his office. He would power up his computer, not the one connected to the internet, but the isolated, secure machine the agency had let him keep. He would open the files. He would reread the intelligence reports, the psychological profiles, the messages. He would study the security camera footage from his own house, the logs of the patrol cars, the lists of license plates from the neighborhood watch. He was looking for the pattern, the flaw, the single pixel out of place. He was waiting for the next signal, the next heartbeat from the dark. He knew with a certainty that was as deep and cold as a well that Farley was just a symptom. The war was not over. It had simply come home. And so the former analyst sat at his desk in the quiet of his suburban home, and he continued his work. The case was never closed. The investigation was unending. The light kept flickering, and he kept watching. The first anomaly was a glitch in the pattern of the neighborhood watch emails. Mrs. Gable, the coordinator, sent out her daily digest every morning at 7:15. But one Tuesday it arrived at 7:14. A single minute. To anyone else it was nothing. To Eduardo it was a tremor. He spent 3 hours that day cross-referencing the digest's content with the police blotter, finding no discrepancies. The time shift was never repeated, but he logged it in his private file, a digital monument to his vigilance. Helen noticed the new ritual. She saw the light under his office door in the mornings, heard the soft click of his keyboard. She tried to talk about it once. Over a dinner Chloe was mostly ignoring in favor of her phone. "Are you ever going to stop looking, Ed?" she asked, her voice carefully neutral. "They said it was over." He looked at her, at the fine lines of worry around her eyes that hadn't been there a year ago. "I am stopping," he lied, forcing a smile. "Just tying up some loose ends, old habits." He reached for her hand, but she was already picking up her water glass, the moment broken. The second anomaly was the car. A gray sedan, common and clean, parked 2 houses down for 3 consecutive days. The license plate was registered to a rental agency at the airport. Eduardo called it in to Miller, who sounded tired. "We'll check it, Maura, but it's probably nothing. A visiting relative, a contractor." The car was gone the next day. Miller called back. Clean, a nurse visiting the Wilsons. Her mother had hip surgery. Eduardo thanked him and hung up. He didn't believe it. Coincidence was a language he no longer spoke. His isolation became a physical space around him. At Chloe's school play, he sat in the back, his eyes scanning the darkened auditorium instead of watching his daughter on stage. He saw the shapes of heads, the glow of a smartwatch, the silhouette of a man in the aisle seat who seemed to be watching the audience more than the performance. He missed Chloe's big line. Helen squeezed his hand, a gesture that felt less like comfort and more like an accusation. The final break in the fragile peace came from the most mundane of places, the grocery store. He was pushing the cart, Helen comparing prices on cereal, when he saw a man in the dairy aisle. He was tall, with a scholar's stoop, examining a container of yogurt. It wasn't Farley. It was the man from the ferry dock, the one from the van, the one who had gotten away. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second, a spark of recognition that was like a physical blow. The man's expression didn't change. He didn't run. He simply placed the yogurt in his basket, turned, and walked calmly around the corner. Eduardo stood frozen, the cart a dead weight in his hands. The hum of the freezers became a roar in his ears. "Ed, what is it?" Helen asked, her voice distant. He couldn't speak. He shoved the cart toward her and ran, his heart a frantic drum against his ribs. He rounded the corner into the next aisle. It was empty except for a stock boy stacking soup cans. He ran to the front of the store, bursting out into the blinding sunlight of the parking lot. He scanned the rows of cars, the people loading their trunks. Nothing. The man was a ghost again. He walked back inside, his legs unsteady. Helen was waiting by the cart, her face pale. "Was it him?" she whispered. He just nodded. The lie of safety was shattered. That night he didn't go to his office. He sat with Helen on the couch, holding her as she cried silent, shuddering tears. There were no words left. The war had not come home. It had never left. It was in their kitchen, in their grocery list, in the very air they breathed. And Eduardo knew with a sickening certainty that his watch was only just beginning. The flickering light was now a permanent strobe, illuminating a battlefield with no borders and no end in sight. He started carrying a weapon. Not a gun, which was too final, too loud for the school parking lot and the supermarket. He chose a small, weighted tactical pen, perfectly legal, utterly lethal in his trained hands. It felt cold and heavy in his pocket, a secret shame that bumped against his thigh with every step. Helen's eyes would occasionally drop to that pocket, a flicker of dread passing over her face before she looked away. He began varying his routes. He would leave for work at the same time, but take a different sequence of turns, his eyes constantly checking the rearview mirror, looking for the persistent headlight, the repeating silhouette. He drove Chloe to school now, a ritual she initially resisted with teenage fervor, but then accepted with a quiet resignation that was worse than her anger. She stopped asking him to come to parent-teacher conferences or weekend soccer games. She understood without being told that his presence was a risk, a beacon. The investigation consumed him. The grocery store sighting was not a coincidence, it was a deliberate provocation. They were letting him know they were still there, that the organization, or whatever remained of it, had not dissolved with Farley's death. He dug deeper into the digital ghost of Farley's network, following the money this time. Farley had been a poet, but his operatives were not. They needed payroll, equipment, safe houses. He found a thread, a shell company based in Riga that had made a single, small payment to a defunct literary journal 6 months before the ferry incident. It was a needle in a world of haystacks, but it was his needle. He traced the company's registration through a labyrinth of other shell corporations, a matryoshka doll of financial obscurity. It led him to a holding company with a single asset, a long-term lease on a storage unit in a facility just outside Baltimore. He didn't call Miller. He knew what the response would be. A storage unit was not a threat. It was a dead end, a red herring. It was the kind of loose thread they would assign a low-priority team to investigate, a process that could take weeks. Eduardo didn't have weeks. He had the image of the man in the dairy aisle burned onto the back of his eyelids. He told Helen he was going to a security conference in Philadelphia for 2 days. He packed a small bag, the lye sour in his mouth. He kissed her and her lips were stiff, unyielding. She knew. She always knew. The storage facility was a sprawling, impersonal place of corrugated steel and rolling doors. Unit 317 was at the far end, isolated. He waited until nightfall, the air cool and damp. He used tools he hadn't touched in years, the lock yielding to his practiced hands with a soft click that sounded like a gunshot in the silent lot. He rolled the door up just enough to slip inside, his penlight cutting a narrow beam through the darkness. The unit was not filled with explosives or weapons. It was an archive. Neat rows of filing cabinets stood beside stacks of Banker-S boxes. He opened a drawer. It was filled with personnel files, psychological assessments, and mission reports from operations he had only heard whispers of. This was Farley's library, a comprehensive record of his work, his network, his philosophy. And then his light fell on a map taped to the wall. It was a detailed street map of a suburban neighborhood, his neighborhood. His own house was circled in red. Next to it were photographs, Helen getting into her car, Chloe walking home from the bus stop with a friend, and one recent of Eduardo himself standing at his own office window, the morning light framing his silhouette. He was not hunting them, they were documenting him. This was not an archive of past operations. It was a blueprint for a future one. He heard the soft crunch of gravel outside. He snapped off his light, melting into the shadows between the filing cabinets. The rolling door began to rise, flooding the unit with the weak yellow light of the parking lot. A figure stood silhouetted in the opening. It was the man from the grocery store. He was holding a phone, its screen illuminating his calm, focused face. He spoke into the phone, his voice echoing slightly in the metal space. "He's here." There was a pause. "Yes, I understand. The narrative continues." The man lowered the phone and looked directly into the darkness where Eduardo stood. He didn't seem to see him, but he knew. He smiled, a small, cold gesture, then turned and walked away, leaving the door open. Eduardo stood frozen, the weight of the tactical pen in his hand feeling foolish and insignificant. He hadn't found a thread. He had found the entire tapestry, and he was woven directly into its center. They weren't just watching him. They were writing the next chapter, and he had just walked onto the page. The drive home was a blur of rain-smeared streetlights and a rising, cold terror that had nothing to do with the man in the grocery store. That had been a foot soldier, a pawn. The storage unit was the mind. They had let him find it. The open door, the abandoned archive, it was all an invitation, a message that said, "We see your moves before you make them." He pulled into his driveway and sat for a long time, the engine ticking as it cooled. The house was dark except for the porch light Helen always left on for him. It looked like a stage set, a fragile diorama of a life he was no longer living inside. He had to go in. He had to pretend he had been at a conference, that the world was still holding its shape. He found Helen awake, reading in bed. She looked up, her eyes searching his face. How was Philadelphia? "It was fine, productive," he said, the words ash in his mouth. He undressed, his back to her, and felt the weight of her gaze. "Chloe asked if you could take her to the mall tomorrow. She needs a new dress for the dance." He closed his eyes, leaning against the closet door. The mall, a cavern of noise and light in 1,000 unseen corners, a perfect hunting ground. "I can't tomorrow," he said, his voice tight. "I have a lot of work to catch up on." The silence from the bed was heavier than any accusation. When he finally climbed in beside her, she turned away, putting her back to him. The space between them and the bed felt vast and cold. The next morning, he bypassed his office and went straight to the garage. From a locked toolbox, he retrieved a cheap, prepaid phone he had purchased months before, a ghost device for a ghost war. He dialed a number from memory, a number he had sworn he would never use again. It rang twice before a familiar, weary voice answered. "Miller, it's Mora." There was a long pause. He could almost hear the gears turning, the reassessment of a closed file. "I thought you were gardening." The storage unit at A+ Storage, Unit 317, off the I-95 near Baltimore. It's a full archive. Farley's network, it's not disbanded. They have my family under active surveillance. Another pause, longer this time. "Tell me you didn't go in there, Eduardo." "It doesn't matter, they knew I was coming. It's a psychological operation. They're not hiding, they're displaying. They wanted me to see it." "Jesus Christ," Miller's voice was a low exhale. "Okay, stay put. Do not go back there. Do not touch your home computer. I'm sending a team to your house. We're bringing you all in." "No," the word was sharp, final. "You bring us in, you put us in a soft room somewhere, and it becomes a siege. They're narrating this, Miller. They want the confrontation. They want the drama. I won't give it to them." "Then what are you asking me for?" Miller's frustration was palpable. "I'm not asking, I'm telling you where the archive is. Do with it what you want, but my family stays here." "This is a mistake, Mora. You're not thinking clearly. You're compromised." "I've never been clearer," Eduardo said and ended the call. He removed the battery from the phone and crushed the SIM card under his heel. He stood in the cool, dim garage, the smell of gasoline and old wood filling his lungs. He had just burned his last bridge to the official world. He was truly on his own now. He walked back into the kitchen. Helen was making coffee. She didn't look at him. "I'll take Chloe to the mall today," he said. Her hand stilled on the coffee maker. She turned, her expression unreadable. "Why?" "Because she needs a dress," he said, and the simplicity of the statement, the sheer normalcy of it, felt like the most complex lie he had ever told. She nodded slowly, a flicker of the old trust in her eyes, and it nearly broke him. He drove Chloe to the mall that afternoon, his senses so heightened that the fluorescent lights buzzed like swarms of insects, and the chatter of teenagers felt like a coded language. He watched the reflections in the store windows, the movements in the crowd, his body a coiled spring. Chloe, sensing his tension, was unusually quiet, her excitement muted. She found a dress quickly, a simple blue one that she held up without a smile. "This is fine," she said. He paid in cash, the bills feeling like evidence. As they walked back through the food court, he saw him again. The same tall man, the scholar's stoop, standing near the pretzel stand. He wasn't looking at them. He was looking at his phone, but his presence was a statement as clear as a shout. He was confirming the rules of their new reality. You are never safe. You are always watched. Eduardo didn't react. He didn't grab Chloe or run. He placed a steadying hand on her shoulder, guiding her forward, his pace even and calm. He met the man's gaze for a single, deliberate second across the crowded court. A silent acknowledgement passed between them. Then he led his daughter out into the fading afternoon light, the bag with the blue dress swinging from her hand. That night, after Chloe was in her room and Helen was reading on the couch, he went to his office. He didn't open the secure machine. Instead, he took a plain notepad and a pen. He began to write, not an intelligence report, but a story. He wrote down everything he knew, everything he had seen, everything he suspected. He wrote about the storage unit, the map, the man at the mall. He wrote about Farley's eyes in that final moment. He wrote it all in a clear, narrative hand, creating his own archive, his own version of the truth. When he was finished, he sealed the pages in a thick manila envelope. The next day, he would mail it to his cousin in Milwaukee with strict instructions to open it only if something happened to him. It was a futile gesture, he knew, a message in a bottle tossed into a hostile ocean. But it was his message, his narrative, and as long as he was still writing it, they hadn't won. The light was still flickering, but he was no longer just watching it. He was learning to read by its unstable glow. The following week was a study in forced normalcy. He attended Chloe's dance recital, clapping in all the right places, his smile a rigid mask. He helped Helen weed the garden, his fingers digging into the damp earth while his mind replayed the map from the storage unit, the red circle around his home. He was a ghost in his own life, performing the rituals of a man who no longer existed. The man from the mall did not reappear. The gray sedan did not return. The silence was more unnerving than any overt threat. It was the silence of a predator waiting, or worse, the silence of a game master who had already made his move and was simply observing the pieces react. The break came from an unexpected direction. Miller, despite being told to stand down, was a good cop and a stubborn one. He couldn't send a team to Eduardo's house, but he could run a quiet query on the storage facility's ownership. The trail was cold, deliberately frozen, but he found a whisper. The holding company that leased the unit had a lawyer on retainer, a man named Arthur Phelps, who had a small, unremarkable practice in the city. Miller left this information on Eduardo's voicemail, his voice gruff and resigned. "I'm not telling you to do anything, Mora. I'm just telling you it exists. This is the last time I call. You're on your own." The message clicked off. It was not permission. It was an epitaph for their professional relationship. Arthur Phelps, the name was a key, but Eduardo knew it would only open a door to a larger maze. He spent 2 days in a rented car across the street from Phelps' office, a drab building squeezed between a pawn shop and a closed-down cafe. Phelps was a man in his late 50s with a tired walk and a cheap suit. He followed him to a modest suburban house, to a chain grocery store, to a bar where he drank alone for an hour before driving home. He was a cog, a functionary. Confronting him would be useless. He would deny everything, and the act of confrontation would only alert the real players. Eduardo needed to see who Phelps talked to, who he answered to. On the third day, Phelps did something different. He drove to the public library downtown. He didn't go to the main reading rooms. He went to the periodicals section and sat at a terminal used for accessing archived newspapers. Eduardo watched from a distance, pretending to browse the fiction shelves. Phelps spent 20 minutes at the computer, typing slowly. He didn't print anything. He didn't take notes. He simply typed, read, and then left. As soon as he was gone, Eduardo took the same seat. The computer's history was wiped clean, a standard practice on public machines. But Eduardo had spent a lifetime finding what others tried to erase. He ran a simple system restore, rolling back the terminal state by 30 minutes. The browser window flickered back to life, displaying the last page Phelps had visited. It wasn't a newspaper archive. It was a private, encrypted message board, the login screen still displayed. The username field was auto-populated. Curator. Eduardo's blood went cold. He logged out immediately, the screen returning to the library's homepage. He walked out of the library, the bright sun feeling alien and hostile. Curator. The name was a perfect fit for the mind that had assembled the archive that was now orchestrating this slow psychological siege. Phelps was not a lawyer. He was a librarian for a cabal, and Eduardo now knew his call sign. It was a piece of the puzzle, a single, vital cog in the machine. He had a name for the ghost. The war was no longer faceless. He could target it. He drove home, a new grim purpose settling over him. The watching was over. It was time to start hunting. The house was quiet when he returned. Helen was at the sink, her shoulders set in a hard line. She didn't turn around. "Where were you?" she asked, her voice flat, devoid of its usual music. "Following a lie," he said, the lie tasting familiar and foul. She turned then, her hands dripping soapy water onto the floor. "No more, Eduardo, no more lies. Chloe came home from school today. She said a man asked her if her father was still a hero. Her face was pale, a mask of controlled fury and terror. She's 16. She shouldn't have to answer that question." The air left his lungs. They were no longer just watching or documenting. They were interacting. They were applying pressure to the weakest points in his armor, his daughter. He felt the tactical pen in his pocket, a useless talisman. "I'm handling it," he said, the words hollow. "Handle it by talking to Miller." Handle it by letting the people who are supposed to do this do it, she pleaded, her voice cracking. I can't, it's not that simple. It is, she cried, slamming her hand on the counter. The dishes rattled. It is that simple. You choose your family. You choose us right now. He looked at her, at the woman he had built a life with, and saw a chasm opening between them that he knew he could not cross. To choose them was to surrender, to walk into the soft room and wait for a blow that might never come, or that might come in a form they could never anticipate. The organization, the curator, they didn't just want to kill him. They wanted to break him, to prove a point. I am choosing you, he said, his voice low and ragged. I'm choosing to fight for you so we can have a life after this. If I stop, there is no after. There is only them, waiting in the shadows forever. He walked past her down the hall to his office. He locked the door. He powered up the secure machine, the one he had sworn not to touch. Miller had cut him off, but the digital world was still full of back doors and old favors. He typed in the call sign, Curator. The search began, a silent digital hunt through the darkest corners of the web where men like Phelps left faint digital footprints. It was slow, painstaking work. Hours bled into the night. The house settled into a tense silence around him. He found nothing directly, but he found echoes. A financial signature on a server farm in Reykjavik. A ghost of an IP address linked to a series of academic papers on asymmetric warfare and narrative control. The curator was not just an archivist. He was an intellectual, a theorist. This was his magnum opus. Near dawn, a different alert flashed on his screen. A perimeter alarm he had set on their home network, a simple tripwire. Someone had attempted a low-level probe, a passive scan of their Wi-Fi. It was a feather-light touch, the digital equivalent of a breath on the back of his neck. They were checking to see if he was watching. They knew he had taken the bait with Phelps. They knew he was hunting. He leaned back in his chair, the screen's blue light washing over his tired face. A grim smile touched his lips. It was a message, just like the open storage unit door. We see you hunting. Good. The game was accelerating. He had the call sign. They knew he had it. The next move was his. He had to find a way to turn the curator's own narrative against him, to write a plot twist the meticulous architect of this war would never see coming. The first step was to make himself the perfect, predictable prey. He stood and unlocked the office door. The hallway was dark, the house holding its breath. He walked to the kitchen and made a show of getting a glass of water, his movements slow and audible. He needed them to see a man who was tired, who was circling his own home like a trapped animal. He let his shoulders slump, feigning the exhaustion that was, in part, utterly real. The next morning, he followed the script he believed they had written for him. He visited a public library across town, using a computer there to dig deeper into the curator identity, his searches obvious and clumsy. He made a call from a payphone near the bus station, another signal of his desperation. He was painting a picture of a man running out of options, reverting to old, traceable tradecraft. In the afternoon, he drove to a small, independent bookstore that he knew had no security cameras. He browsed the shelves for 20 minutes, then approached the elderly woman at the register. He purchased a cheap, blank notebook and a pack of pens. As she made change, he slid a folded $100 bill across the counter beneath the notebook. I need to use your back door, he said, his voice low and calm, and I need you to forget I was ever here. Her eyes, sharp and surprisingly young in her wrinkled face, flickered from the money to his face. She gave a tiny, almost imperceptible nod, palming the bill. Storage closet's a mess. Try not to knock anything over. He slipped out the back into a narrow, brick-lined alley, the notebook and pens tucked under his arm. The man watching the front of the bookstore would be waiting for a car that never left. It was a simple trick, one of the oldest in the book, but effective against an opponent who believed you were predictable. He walked 6 blocks to a nondescript self-storage facility, a different chain in a different part of the city. He used a fake ID and cash to rent the smallest unit they had for 1 month. Inside the bare, concrete-walled space, he sat on the floor and opened the notebook. This was where the real work would happen. The narrative they were crafting for him was one of panic and reaction. His own story, written in this cheap notebook in this silent, rented cube, would be one of calculation and deliberate, misdirected action. He began to sketch out a map, not of streets and houses, but of influence and pressure points. Arthur Phelps was a link. Every link has a weakness. He would find the pressure point that would make Phelps bend, and through him, he would find a way to speak directly to the curator. The hunter had to become the author, and the first draft was beginning now. The pressure point for Arthur Phelps was not his law practice, nor his suburban life. It was his bar. Eduardo watched him for 2 more nights, noting how the man's posture changed as he walked through the door of the Oakwood Lounge. It was his sanctuary. The next evening, Eduardo entered just after Phelps had settled onto his usual stool. The air was thick with the smell of stale beer and polish. Eduardo took a seat 2 stools down, ordered a whiskey, and waited. He didn't look at Phelps. He simply placed his key ring on the bar, the small, distinctive fob for A-plus storage unit 317 sitting plainly beside the others. He took a slow sip of his drink. From the corner of his eye, he saw Phelps freeze, his glass halfway to his lips. The man's breathing hitched. Eduardo stayed for 10 more minutes, finishing his drink in silence, letting the fear seep in. He left the key fob on the bar as he stood, a clear, deliberate abandonment. He walked out without a backward glance. The following day, he returned to the silent storage unit. The notebook was open on the floor. He didn't have to wait long. The cheap, prepaid phone he had bought after crushing the last one buzzed once, an unknown number flashing on the screen, a text message. It contained only an address and a time, tomorrow 3 p.m. It was not Phelps' office. It was a botanical garden on the outskirts of the city, a public, open space, a place for a quiet conversation, not an ambush. They had taken the bait. The curator was willing to talk. Eduardo looked at the message for a long time. This was the pivot. He was no longer just reacting or hunting. He was being invited into the next chapter. He deleted the message and began to plan what he would say, how he would stand, how he would control the story from the center of the enemy's stage. The garden would be a new kind of battlefield. The address led him to the Miller Conservatory, a sprawling complex of glass biomes nestled in a public park. At 3 o'clock on a Tuesday, it was nearly empty. Eduardo paid his admission and walked into the humid, fragrant air of the tropical rainforest biome. The path wound through dense foliage, past a trickling waterfall. He found the bench exactly where he knew it would be, situated in a small clearing surrounded by broad-leafed plants. He did not have to wait. A man emerged from a side path, not Arthur Phelps, but the man from the mall. He wore a simple, expensive-looking linen shirt and trousers. He had a calm, academic face, but his eyes were the color of flint. He sat on the other end of the bench, not looking at Eduardo, his gaze fixed on a bromeliad. "You found my key," Eduardo said, his voice low. The man smiled faintly, a rather theatrical gesture, Mr. Mora, but effective. His voice was soft, cultured, devoid of any discernible accent. "You can call me Mr. Finch. Curator is so institutional." "Why the archive? Why me?" Finch plucked a fallen leaf from his trousers. "You were the obvious choice, a man of principle but not an ideologue, a man who understands the weight of history but is not enslaved by it. We needed someone to authenticate the collection, to give it a credible voice before it enters the public discourse. You're going to like it. Selectively to shape a new understanding. The old narratives are collapsing, Mr. Mora. We are merely the architects of the new one. We wanted you to be a part of that, to be our narrator." Eduardo felt a cold clarity settle over him. They didn't just want to ruin him. They wanted to recruit him, to use his credibility to launder their poison. And my family would have been left in peace, a comfortable peace. You would have been well compensated for your consultancy. And no. Finch sighed, a sound of genuine disappointment. Now you have made things difficult. You are not following the script. Your visit to Mr. Phelps was clumsy. Your little performance at the bar was beneath you. You are proving to be a flawed asset. Eduardo turned his head slowly, meeting Finch's flinty gaze for the first time. I'm not an asset, I'm the author." A flicker of annoyance crossed Finch's composed face. "There's only one author here. You are a character, a significant one but disposable. Your daughter thinks you're a hero. We can arrange for her to learn a different story, a tragic one." The threat, delivered so calmly in this beautiful, manufactured wilderness, was more terrifying than any shouted ultimatum. Eduardo's hand tightened on the bench. He had to recalibrate. Direct defiance was a dead end. He had to play a deeper game. "What do you want from me now?" he asked, letting a sliver of resignation into his voice. Finch studied him, his eyes calculating. A demonstration of good faith, a small task. "There is a journalist, Kendra Sharma. She is getting close to certain truths. We want you to meet with her. You will give her a specific document from the archive. You will vouch for its authenticity. It will be your first and last act as our narrator." Eduardo knew the name. She was dogged, respected. Giving her a forged or doctored document would not only mislead the public, but would destroy her career and his own remaining reputation in a single stroke. It was a perfect, elegant trap. "And if I do this, the threats against my family stop." "The conversation evolves," Finch said smoothly. He stood, brushing a non-existent speck from his trousers. "You have 48 hours. A package with the document and instructions will be delivered to you. Do not disappoint us again." He turned and walked away, disappearing down the path as silently as he had arrived. Eduardo remained on the bench, the humid air suddenly suffocating. They had backed him into a corner with only two exits, complicity or destruction. He had to find a third. He had to find a way to give them exactly what they wanted, while writing an ending they would never see coming. He stood and walked out of the conservatory, the scent of orchids clinging to his clothes like a funeral offering. The package arrived the next morning, left on the front porch in a plain brown wrapper. Inside was a single, slim folder containing a memo that detailed a fabricated black bag operation, its contents designed to implicate a prominent senator. The memo was a work of art, perfectly mimicking the style and security markings of the archive. A sticky note was attached with a single line of typed instructions. "Sharma, the Daily Chronicle, today." Eduardo studied the document, his professional admiration warring with a cold disgust. This was the test. To deliver this poison was to become the curator-esque creature. To refuse was to declare war. He thought of Chloe, of the man who had spoken to her. He thought of Helene's terrified eyes. He could not refuse, but he could subvert. He knew Kendra Sharma's reputation. She was brilliant, skeptical, and known for her deep network of sources. She would not take a document like this at face value, not even from him. That was his only opening. He called her office from a burner phone, using a vague, official-sounding pretext to request an off-the-record meeting. She agreed, suggesting a small, crowded coffee shop near her newspaper-esque offices. He arrived early, the folder tucked inside his jacket. She was 10 minutes late, a whirlwind of sharp intelligence and focused energy. She slid into the booth across from him, her eyes immediately scanning him, assessing. "Eduardo Mora," she said, not as a question. "I've read your work. I was sorry to hear about your departure." It was a mutual parting, Eduardo said, the lie smooth and practiced. He slid the folder across the table. "I came across this. It needs a good home." She didn't open it immediately. Why me, and why now? "Because you'll check it, you'll do the work, and because it's time someone did." He held her gaze, trying to project a weary integrity. "It's authentic. I've staked what's left of my reputation on that." She finally opened the folder, her eyes quickly scanning the contents. He saw the professional excitement, followed immediately by a deep-seated caution. "This is explosive if it's real." "It is," he said. He took a pen from his pocket, a different one from the tactical pen he carried. It was cheap, plastic, bought at the same store as the notebook. As he reached for his coffee cup, he deliberately fumbled, knocking the pen to the floor. It rolled under the table. "Damn," he muttered, bending down to retrieve it. Under the cover of the table, his movements hidden from the rest of the cafe, he peeled a second, nearly identical sticky note from his palm and pressed it onto the back of the memo. He had prepared it last night in the storage unit. It contained 3 words written in a tiny, cramped hand: authenticate the paper. He resurfaced, placing the retrieved pen on the table. Sharma was still studying the memo, her brow furrowed. She hadn't noticed a thing. "Where did you get this?" she asked, her voice low. "I can't say you know how this works." He stood up, leaving his half-finished coffee. "It's in your hands now. Do with it what you think is right." He walked out, feeling the weight of Finch's invisible gaze. He had performed his part. He had delivered the document and vouched for it. He had been the perfect, predictable asset, but he had also planted a seed. If Sharma was half the journalist he believed her to be, she would not just verify the contents. She would verify the physical document itself, the age of the paper, the chemical composition of the ink. And the curator's forgeries, while digitally and stylistically perfect, would never survive a rigorous physical audit. The memo was a lie. His betrayal, hidden on a sticky note, was the only truth he had left to give. The narrative was now in her hands. All he could do was wait for the story to break. He did not go home. He drove to the self-storage unit, the only place that felt like his own territory. The silence there was a physical presence, thick and waiting. He opened the notebook and wrote down everything that had just happened, every word exchanged with Finch and Sharma. He was building his own archive, a counter-narrative to the one the curator was weaving. His hand was steady, but a cold dread was settling in his gut. He had set events in motion, but he had no control over their velocity or their direction. He was a man who had thrown a single, desperate spark into a dry forest, and now he could only wait for the fire to start. The hours bled together. He slept fitfully on the hard floor, the concrete leaching the warmth from his body. He thought of Helen, of the chasm between them that was now a continent. He thought of Chloe, whose belief in him was the one piece of solid ground left in his collapsing world. He could not let that ground be taken from her. His phone, the cheap burner, remained silent. No summons from Finch, no call from a panicked Phelps. No headline alerts about a political bombshell. The silence was a torture. Had Sharma dismissed his clue? Had she taken the document at face value? Had the curator's people intercepted it already? On the second morning, as a pale gray light filtered under the storage unit's door, the phone finally vibrated. It was not a call. It was a link sent from an encrypted number, followed by one line of text. "The story is bigger than you know." His heart hammering against his ribs, Eduardo clicked the link. It led to a draft article on a secure server. The headline was not about the senator. It was about a shell corporation, a network of private intelligence contractors, and a systematic, years-long operation to manipulate policy through fabricated evidence. The memo he had given Sharma was mentioned only in passing, as a recent and particularly egregious example. The real story was the machine that had produced it. And the source for the bulk of the article was cited as internal documents and communications provided by a former senior architect of the project. Eduardo scrolled down, his breath catching in his throat. The article named names, and there, nestled in a paragraph detailing the operational command structure, was the name he had been hunting: Dr. Alastair Finch. The curator was not just a handler, he was the engineer. The phone vibrated again in his hand, another message from the same number. "They know it was me. They Ray Cumming. You have what you need. Use it." It was from Arthur Phelps. The pressure had worked, but not in the way Eduardo had planned. Phelps hadn't just bent, he had broken, and he had handed Eduardo the master key to the entire conspiracy. He had given him the true name of the author. A new sound pierced the silence, not from the phone, but from outside the storage unit. The slow, smooth roll of a car on the gravel access road, coming to a stop right outside. No car doors opened. They were just waiting. Eduardo looked at the name on the screen, Dr. Alastair Finch, and then at the locked roll-up door. The narrative had just been ripped from the curator's hands. The hunter was now the hunted, but he was no longer prey. He was a fact that they needed to erase. He closed the notebook, tucked it and the phone into his waistband, and looked around the bare concrete room for a weapon, for an exit, for any way to write one more page. The next move was theirs, but the ending was still his to define. Story 2. The key was in the corner of the room, on the warped linoleum floor beside the humming refrigerator. A single, empty bottle of Cuban coffee, the glass dark and slick with residual sugar, the paper label softened by humidity. It was the kind of detail you forget, the kind of thing you overlook because it belongs to the mundane clutter of a life, not to the stark geometry of a crime scene. But Leo saw it. He always saw the things that didn't belong, the notes of dissonance in the carefully arranged silence of a violated space. The apartment was a rental, a cheap one-bedroom in a Hialeah complex that smelled of mildew and fried plantains. The victim, a bookkeeper named Silvio, was supposed to be under his protection. Now Silvio was a dark, drying stain on the beige carpet, and the bottle of coffee was a guest who had overstayed its welcome. Leo was a court officer, a marshal of the fragile barrier between the system and the street. His world was safe houses and witness transfers, the nervous breath of a man walking from a courthouse to a sedan. He was a pragmatic man, built of quiet composure and a deep, unspoken understanding of violence as a transactional force. He had been guarding Ibrahim for 3 weeks. Ibrahim was a small-time criminal, a man whose ambitions had always been smaller than his fears. He had skimmed from Josh, the mob boss who controlled the ports, and when he got caught, he'd chosen to talk. It was a decision he made not out of courage, but out of a profound animal terror. He was a burden, a twitchy, timid man who jumped at the sound of a slamming car door, yet possessed a rodent-like cunning that made him hard to pin down. The hit was clean, professional, a single shot, close range, no forced entry. Silvio had let his killer in. Leo stood in the center of the room, the humid air clinging to his skin like a shroud. He could smell the coppery tang of blood beneath the sweet, greasy smell of the building. He could hear the distant, rhythmic thump of a reggaeton bass line from another apartment, a sound so common it was part of the city's pulse. He knelt, not touching the bottle, just observing its placement. It was too deliberate. Someone had drunk that coffee, standing right here in this kitchen, while Silvio sat in the other room, perhaps believing he was safe. It was a ritual, a moment of shared, bitter comfort before the business of death. He got the call an hour later. Ibrahim was safe for now, stashed in a motel room off the Tamiami Trail. But Leo's superior's voice was tight, stripped of its usual bureaucratic calm. They were using Albert, he said. The name was a stone dropped into still water. Albert, no last name, no history, a rumor given form, a man known only by his results. He was a craftsman. He didn't do messy, he did inevitable. The first safe house was a concrete box on the edge of the Everglades. The air was thick and alive with the drone of insects. Ibrahim sat on a bare mattress, his knees drawn to his chest. He was a small man with eyes that never seemed to settle on anything for long. He kept folding and unfolding a slip of paper, a receipt from a gas station, his nervous hands working it into a soft, worn square. He saw it again, Leo realized, the pattern, the repetition. The note always folded the same way, the footsteps echoing once more in an empty corridor. The bottle of coffee left like a calling card. It was a signature. Albert didn't just kill his targets. He inhabited their final moments. He learned their rituals and used them as the backdrop for his own. "We have to move," Leo said, his voice low and even. Ibrahim's head snapped up. "Why? This place is good. It is quiet." "It is a trap," Leo said. "He is letting us get comfortable. He is learning the shape of our day." They drove through the flat, endless night, the lights of Miami a distant smear of gold in the rearview mirror. Leo didn't know where to go. The system was compromised. Josh's reach was long, his money a corrosive that ate through loyalty and procedure. He thought of Carol. It was a risk, a deviation from protocol that could get them all killed. But Carol was a question mark, a variable that the clean, brutal math of Albert's world couldn't account for. She lived in a Coral Gables bungalow shrouded in bougainvillea. She opened the door before Leo could knock, as if she had been expecting him, waiting in the perfumed dark of her hallway. She was alluring in a way that was both immediate and deeply layered, a woman who understood the power of silence and a direct gaze. She and Leo had a history, a brief, intense affair that had ended not in anger, but in a mutual, unspoken acknowledgement that their worlds were too different to ever truly align. She was an artist, a collector of strange objects and stranger people. "Leo," she said, her voice a whisper of dry leaves, "and you must be Ibrahim. Come in. You look like you've seen a ghost." "He is not a ghost," Leo said, stepping inside. "He is the opposite. He is far too real." They sat in her cluttered living room, surrounded by half-finished canvases and sculptures made from rusted metal and sea-worn glass. Ibrahim, mesmerized by the strangeness of it all, finally stopped fidgeting. Carol poured them whiskey, her movements economical and graceful. She listened as Leo laid it out, the hit, the bottle, the name Albert. "He leaves something, doesn't he?" Carol asked, her eyes on the amber liquid in her glass. A token, something from the scene. Leo felt a cold finger trace its way down his spine. "How did you know?" "I know men like that," she said. "They can just take a life. They have to take a piece of it too, to prove they were there, that it was real." The next few days were a tense, strange interlude. They existed in a bubble of suspended time, the three of them. Leo watched the street, his hand never far from the grip of his gun. Ibrahim, under Carol's calm gaze, began to talk. He talked about Josh, about the cold, reptilian stillness of the man, the way he could order a man's death while sipping espresso and discussing the weather. He talked about the shipments, the ones he de-tampered with, the money he de-siphoned. And he talked about a woman, a dancer at a club Josh owned, a woman with sad eyes and a laugh that sounded like breaking glass. Leo listened, but his mind was on the bottle, the empty bottle of coffee. It was a message, a taunt. Albert was telling him that he could get close, so close he could share a drink with a man he was about to kill. He was telling him that protection was an illusion. The monotony was the worst part. The same routines, the same cautious glances out the same windows, the footsteps echoing once more in the empty house as Leo made his rounds. The note, always folded the same way, that Ibrahim would take from his pocket, look at, and return, a silent, obsessive prayer. This repetition lulled the mind, even as suspicion quietly grew. The world outside the bungalow became a painted backdrop, a fiction. The only reality was the waiting. It ended on a Thursday. The rain came down in thick, warm sheets, turning the streets into rivers. A car, a dark sedan with tinted windows, cruised past the house once, then twice. Leo knew. He got Ibrahim and Carol into the back of his car, an unremarkable sedan he kept for such occasions. They drove aimlessly at first, the wipers slapping a frantic rhythm against the downpour. "He is hurting us," Leo said, his eyes flicking between the rearview mirror and the road ahead. "He knows the city better than we do." "Where can we go?" Ibrahim whined, his voice cracking with panic. "There is a place," Carol said, her voice calm, "an old warehouse. A friend uses it for storage. It is near the river." It was a trap, and Leo knew it, but all the roads were closing in. The sedan was behind them now, a patient shark in the rainy gloom. He followed Carol's directions, turning down narrow, industrial streets where the warehouses loomed like sleeping giants. He pulled into a loading dock, the tires crunching over broken glass. The place was a cavern of shadows, smelling of damp concrete and old motor oil. "Get inside," Leo said, pushing Ibrahim towards a metal door. "Carol, stay with him." "What are you going to do?" she asked, her hand on his arm. "I am going to meet him," Leo said. "It is the only move left." He stood in the vast, echoing space, the rain drumming a symphony on the corrugated metal roof. He didn't have to wait long. A figure detached itself from the deeper shadows near a stack of shipping containers. He was of average height and build, dressed in dark, functional clothing. There was nothing remarkable about him, nothing that would make you look twice in a crowd. That was the most terrifying thing of all. This was Albert. "You Ray the Marshal," Albert said. His voice was flat, devoid of accent or emotion, a tool for communication and nothing more. Ure Albert, Leo replied. The man gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. The boy talks, Josh doesn't he like that? He is not a boy, he is a man who made a mistake. We all make mistakes, Albert said. His hands were at his sides, relaxed. Yours was bringing the woman, Carol. She has a history with Josh, did you know that? The words landed like a physical blow. Leo felt the carefully constructed world of the last few weeks fracture. Carol, the alluring figure, the safe harbor. He saw her in his mind's eye, pouring whiskey, her calm, knowing eyes. She was the lake, she was the one who told Albert about Silvio. She was the one who led them here. It was always going to end here, Albert continued, his tone conversational. In a place like this, a forgotten place, it's cleaner that way. Leo's gun was in his hand, a familiar, cold weight, but he didn't raise it. He was looking past Albert at the shadows where he knew Ibrahim and Carol were hiding. He was thinking about the bottle of coffee, the ritual, the shared moment. You drink coffee with them, Leo said, his voice echoing in the vast space. Before you do it, you have a cup of coffee. Albert was silent for a long moment. The only sound was the rain. It's a courtesy, he said finally. A moment of clarity for both of us. Then a shot rang out, sharp and deafening in the cavernous warehouse. But it didn't come from Albert's direction. It came from the shadows. Leo spun, his heart a frantic bird in his chest. He saw Ibrahim standing over Carol, who was slumped on the ground. In Ibrahim's hand was a small, cheap pistol, smoke curling from the barrel. His face was a mask of tear-streaked rage. She was going to give me to him, Ibrahim screamed, his voice breaking. She was whispering to him on the phone. I heard her. Albert hadn't moved. He watched the scene unfold with the detached interest of a scientist observing an experiment. Leo moved towards Ibrahim, his own gun forgotten. It was over. The twisted, ironic end. The small-time criminal, the burden, had saved himself by committing the very act of violence he had been running from. The law and crime, constantly in pursuit of each other, had finally collapsed into the same thing. He looked down at Carol. She was still alive, her breath coming in wet, ragged gasps. She looked up at him, and in her eyes he saw not pain, but a profound and weary understanding. She tried to speak, but only a bubble of blood formed on her lips. Then Leo heard a soft sound behind him. He turned. Albert was gone, vanished back into the shadows from which he came. His work was done, or perhaps it was no longer necessary. The chaos had achieved what his order could not. In the days that followed, Ibrahim was taken into custody. His testimony, tainted as it was enough to begin an investigation into Josh's empire. It was a messy, incomplete victory. Leo returned to his life, to the safe houses and the nervous witnesses, but the world had lost its solidity. He kept seeing the bottle of coffee. He kept hearing Carol's final, wet breath. Weeks later, he found himself cleaning out his desk. In the bottom drawer, under a stack of old case files, his fingers brushed against something cold and smooth. He pulled it out. It was a bottle. An empty bottle of Cuban coffee, the glass dark and slick, the label softened by time. He had never bought that brand. He had never drunk from that bottle. He held it in his hand, the weight of it both insignificant and immense. It was a message, a token, a piece of a life taken to prove it was real. Albert had been in his home. He had stood in his space, shared a moment of his life, and left this behind, not as a threat, but as a statement. A reminder of the fragility of all barriers, of the illusion of safety. The law and the crime were not two different worlds. They were the same city, the same rain-slicked streets, the same forgotten corners where objects gathered dust, silently holding their clues. Leo set the bottle on his desk. He did not throw it away. He would leave it there in the corner of his office, a small, dark monument to the mystery that would never be solved, the ending that was no ending at all, just a single, precise, and terrifying detail in an unfinished story. He sat for a long time, just looking at the bottle. The hum of the office air conditioner was a poor substitute for the refrigerator-esque drone in Silvio's apartment, but the effect was the same. It was a sound that highlighted the silence. His colleagues passed his open door, their footsteps muffled by the industrial carpet, but none of them looked in. They had already heard the sanitized version of what happened in the warehouse. They knew about Carol, about Ibrahim's shocking act of violence, about the disappearance of the ghost named Albert. They treated Leo now with a cautious distance, like a man who had returned from a war with a sickness they might catch. The bottle was not just a message, it was a key. It unlocked a door in Leo's mind, a door he had kept firmly shut his entire career. Behind it was the understanding that the system was not just corruptible, it was porous. Men like Albert didn't break the rules, they moved through them as if they weren't there. And women like Carol existed in the spaces between loyalties, their motives as layered and obscured as the art she created. He took a leave of absence. He told his superiors it was for stress, and they agreed with a haste that was itself an indictment. He spent his days walking through the city, retracing steps. He went back to the Hialeah apartment, now cleaned and re-rented, the smell of mildew and plantains unchanged. He stood outside Carol's bungalow in Coral Gables, the bougainvillea already looking wild and unkempt. He drove past the warehouse by the river in the clear light of day, the broken glass still glittering in the sun. He was looking for the other bottle, the first one, the one from Silvio's kitchen. The police evidence locker had no record of it. The report made no mention of an empty coffee bottle. It had vanished just like Albert. His search led him to a small, steamy cafe in Little Havana, a place that served the specific, pungent Cuban coffee from the bottle he now kept on his kitchen counter. He drank a cup, the liquid thick and sweet, a jolt of pure caffeine and memory. He showed the bottle to the old man behind the counter. "You know this brand?" Leo asked. The old man nodded, wiping his hands on a towel. "Sure, good coffee, strong. A man used to come in here, bought this all the time, always took 2 sugars. "What did he look like?" Leo asked, his pulse quickening. The old man shrugged. "Normal, nice, quiet. He stopped coming a few months ago." Leo placed a photograph of Albert, a grainy still from a traffic camera near the warehouse, on the counter. "This him." The old man squinted, then shook his head. "No, not him. The other one, the big boss." He pointed a thick finger at the newspaper lying nearby. The headline was about the federal investigation into Josh's operations, a sprawling piece with a file photo of the man himself. Josh, the mob boss, the man with the reptilian stillness. Leo felt the world tilt. The ritual wasn't Albert's, it was Josh's. Josh was the one who drank the coffee. He was the one who would visit a man he was about to have killed, share a moment of bitter comfort, a final courtesy from the king before the execution. Albert was just the instrument. He was the one who cleaned up, who left the bottle as a receipt, a proof of work completed for his employer. The message in Leo's desk wasn't just from Albert, it was from Josh. A reminder that he knew where Leo lived, that he understood the transgression of involving Carol, a woman from his own past. Leo drove to the federal holding facility where Ibrahim was being kept, a concrete fortress on the edge of the glades. Ibrahim looked smaller, deflated. The twitchy cunning had been replaced by a flat, institutionalized despair. "You never told me Josh visited Silvio," Leo said, his voice low. Ibrahim wouldn't meet his eyes. He was afraid. He thought if he told anyone, Josh would know. He said it was a private thing. "And Carol, how did she know Josh?" A long silence filled the sterile visiting room. Ibrahim picked at a loose thread on his orange jumpsuit. "She was his once," Ibrahim whispered. "A long time ago. He never let anything go, you know. He thought she belonged to him. When you went to her, he saw it as a betrayal from both of you." The final piece clicked into place. Carol's help hadn't been a calculation for money or power. It had been a move in a long, private war with a man who considered her property. She had used Leo and Ibrahim as pawns to strike back at Josh, perhaps hoping to force a confrontation that would break his power over her. She had miscalculated the depth of his reach and the cold precision of his response. Leo left the facility and stood in the parking lot, the sun hammering down on the asphalt. He had his answers. They were ugly and incomplete, but they were answers. He had mapped the hidden connections, understood the personal vendettas that underpinned the professional hits. He knew why the bottle was left for him. It was Josh's way of saying he was watching, that he remembered, that he owned a piece of Leo's story now, too. He got in his car and started the engine. He didn't drive home. He drove towards the coast, towards the high-rises and the glittering ports that Josh controlled. He wasn't going to do anything rash. He wasn't going to confront anyone. He was just going to look. He was going to re-enter the world not as a marshal who believed in barriers, but as a man who understood that the city was a single, interconnected organism, its veins and arteries carrying both law and crime, its heart beating to the rhythm of old grudges and bitter coffee. The story wasn't finished. It had just changed shape. He was now a character in a different kind of tale, one where the hunter and the hunted, the protector and the predator, were no longer clearly defined. He was just a man with a bottle driving into the humid, indifferent night. The air near the port was thick with salt and the smell of diesel. Leo parked his car in a lot overlooking a maze of shipping containers, stacks of them creating a metallic, color-blocked skyline under the arc lights. From here he could see the cranes, motionless at this hour, and the dark hulls of freighters. This was Josh's kingdom, or a piece of it. The flow of goods, the movement of money, the silencing of problems. It all happened here in plain sight. He thought about the bottle in his kitchen. He thought about Josh sitting in Silvio's cramped apartment, drinking that thick, sweet coffee, making small talk with a man he had already sentenced to death. The intimacy of it was more chilling than any act of violence. It was a display of absolute power, the power to offer a moment of normalcy before extinguishing it forever. Albert was the scalpel, but Josh was the hand that held it. A security guard patrolling the fence line shone a flashlight into Leo's car. Leo rolled down the window. "You can loiter here, sir," the guard said, his voice bored but firm. "Just getting my bearings," Leo replied. He showed his old Marshal-S badge, a flick of the wrist, enough to impress but not enough for the guard to scrutinize it. The guard nodded, his demeanor shifting from suspicion to a weary deference. "Rough night?" the guard asked, making conversation. "Something like that," Leo said. "You see a lot of comings and goings here, late at night." "Sometimes the big shots." The guard gestured with his chin towards a well-lit administrative building near the main gate. "They have meetings at all hours, suits and other types." "Other types," Leo prompted. "You know, the quiet ones, the ones who don't look like they belong in a suit." The guard leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. "Saw one a while back, normal-looking guy, could be been an accountant, but he had these eyes, like there was nothing behind them, gave me the creeps." Albert, the description was a perfect match. He was here, too, a regular visitor. Leo thanked the guard and pulled away. He drove slowly through the industrial streets, his mind working. He had been approaching this from the wrong angle. He had been looking for a confrontation, a final showdown. But that was the Marshal-S thinking, the old logic. Josh didn't operate that way. He operated through layers, through rituals and symbols. He didn't want a war. He wanted to demonstrate that the war was already over and he had won. The next morning, a package arrived at Leo's apartment. It was a small, flat cardboard box, his name and address typed on a plain label. There was no return address. Inside, nestled in white packing paper, was a single, pristine paintbrush. It was a high-quality sable brush, the handle made of smooth, pale wood. There was no note. Leo picked it up. It felt light and delicate in his hand. He knew instantly it was Carol S. It was a message from beyond the grave, but it wasn't from her. It was from Josh. He was returning a piece of her to Leo, a token of the life he had ended. It was the same language as the coffee bottle, but more refined, more personal. The bottle was a professional receipt. The paintbrush was a love letter from a psychopath. He didn't throw it away. He placed it on the shelf next to the coffee bottle. The two objects sat side by side, a diorama of his failure. One represented a life he failed to protect, the other a woman he failed to understand. Together, they represented a world he had never truly seen. He started going to the cafe in Little Havana every day. He would drink the strong coffee and watch the old men play dominoes. He became a regular, a quiet man who minded his own business. He learned that Josh came in every Friday morning like clockwork before the cafe got busy. He came alone, read the newspaper, drank his coffee with 2 sugars, and left. The following Friday, Leo was there. He sat at a small table in the corner, his back to the wall. The bell above the door jingled and Josh walked in. He was exactly as Ibrahim had described him, impeccably dressed, his movements calm and economical. He had the stillness of a deep lake. He ordered his coffee, took his usual seat, and unfolded his newspaper. He did not look at Leo. He gave no indication that he knew he was there. But of course he knew. The entire performance was for Leo's benefit. This was the next move. The king had left his castle to have coffee in the village, showing his subjects that he had nothing to fear. Leo finished his own coffee, the bitter taste lingering on his tongue. He stood up, the legs of his chair scraping against the tiled floor. He walked towards the door. As he passed Josh's table, he paused. Josh did not look up from his paper. Leo spoke, his voice low, for Josh's ears only. "The coffee here is good," he said, "but the company is lacking." He continued to the door, pushed it open, and stepped out into the bright morning. He didn't look back. He knew Josh was still sitting there, unmoved, the newspaper hiding his face. But a message had been delivered. The game had changed again. Leo was no longer just a piece on the board. He had made his first move. He had acknowledged the player. And in doing so, he had accepted that this was his life now. A long, silent conversation conducted in tokens and gestures, in quiet rooms and the bitter dregs of a coffee cup. The humid air outside the cafe felt different now, charged with a new and silent purpose. Leo walked to his car, his senses heightened, every sound from the passing traffic to the distant cry of a gull seeming amplified. He had not threatened Josh. He had not accused him of anything. He had simply stated a fact, a subjective truth, and in doing so had shattered the one-sided nature of their strange communion. He was no longer just a recipient of messages. He was a correspondent. He drove without a destination, his hands steady on the wheel. The fear that had been a constant, gnawing presence since finding the bottle was gone, replaced by a cold and focused clarity. He understood now that his leave of absence was not a retreat. It was a repositioning. He was shedding the skin of the marshal, the man who worked within a system of rules and jurisdictions. The man he was becoming operated in the spaces between those rules, in the same shadowy geography as Josh and Albert. He thought about the paintbrush. Why send it? To unnerve him, certainly, but also to confirm a connection. Carol was the thread that bound them, the shared point of reference. Josh had owned her, and Leo, in his ignorance, had trespassed. The paintbrush was a reminder of that trespass, but it was also a tool. It was an instrument of creation. By sending it, Josh was perhaps, in his twisted way, inviting Leo to create something new out of the wreckage, a new understanding, a new arrangement. For the next week, Leo became a ghost in Josh's world. He did not follow him, but he studied his patterns. He learned the routes of his armored car, the names of the shell companies on the buildings he frequented, the faces of the men who formed his outer ring of security. He was not planning an attack. He was learning a language. He was mapping the syntax of Josh's power. His own phone, he knew, was likely compromised, so he bought a cheap, disposable one from a corner store miles from his home. One evening, sitting in a different cafe, this one in a bustling, anonymous strip mall, he typed a single sentence into a new, blank message. He sent it to a number he had acquired from a deeply buried, unofficial file on Josh's inner circle, a number that was rumored to be a direct line. "The paintbrush is clean, but the canvas is empty." He did not sign it. He did not expect a reply. He was simply continuing the conversation, speaking in the metaphorical language Josh himself had chosen. He was acknowledging the tool and stating his own position, ready but waiting. The reply came 2 days later, not as a text but as an object. A small, wrapped parcel was left on the doorstep of his apartment. Inside was a single, high-quality tube of oil paint. The color was a deep, visceral crimson, cadmium red. There was no note. Leo held the cool metal tube in his hand. He went to his shelf and picked up the paintbrush. He stood there holding the two objects, the means of creation placed deliberately in his hands by the architect of destruction. The message was unmistakable. The canvas was his to fill. The implication was a question, a challenge. What will you create? What will you destroy? He knew then that the next move was his. A real move, not just a whispered remark in a cafe. He had to show Josh that he was not just a player who understood the game, but one who could change its rules. He thought of Ibrahim sitting in his cell, a pawn sacrificed by both sides. He thought of the security guard at the port, just a man trying to do his job, oblivious to the currents of power flowing around him. He thought of Carol S.'s final, bloody breath. He opened the tube of paint. The pigment smelled sharp and chemical. He squeezed a small, brilliant drop onto a piece of scrap paper. It looked like a fresh wound. He did not pick up the brush. Not yet. He had the tools. Now he needed a plan. He needed to create a picture so undeniable that it would force the world to see what Josh truly was. He would use Josh's own language, his own symbols, to build a cage for him. He looked at the crimson drop on the paper, a tiny, concentrated pool of potential. The story was his to write now. The plan began not with the red paint, but with the coffee. He went back to the old man in Little Havana, not as a marshal, but as a customer. He bought a bag of the whole beans, the same brand from the bottle. At home, he ground them, the rich, pungent aroma filling his small kitchen. He brewed a cup, black, and drank it without sugar. He needed to understand the ritual from the inside, to feel the bitter taste on his own tongue, to see the world through the lens of that specific, focused clarity. He spent the next 48 hours in a state of heightened awareness, the caffeine a constant hum in his veins. He did not sleep. He drove, he walked, he observed. He saw the city not as a collection of streets and buildings, but as a series of interconnected nodes of power and vulnerability. He saw the money laundering front that was a trendy art gallery, the bookie operating out of a laundromat, the muscle drinking in a bar 2 blocks from the courthouse. He saw the fragile, invisible threads that Josh controlled, and he saw where they were thinnest. His target was not Josh himself, it was the perception of Josh. The man's power was built on a foundation of fear and an illusion of invincibility. Leo needed to crack that foundation. He needed to show that Josh could be touched, that his rituals could be mirrored, his symbols co-opted. He chose the warehouse by the river, the place where Albert had vanished, where Leo's certainty had first begun to unravel. It was a place heavy with meaning for both of them. In the dead of night, under a moon obscured by thick clouds, he returned. He brought 2 things with him, the tube of cadmium red and a small, high-powered flashlight. The warehouse was, as he remembered, derelict and silent, the broken glass still crunching under his feet. He stood in the center of the main space, on the exact spot where he had confronted his own ghost. He did not write a name, he did not paint a threat. Instead, he used the red paint to draw a single, perfect coffee cup on the grimy concrete wall. It was simple, almost childlike in its execution. Below it, he painted a puddle of red, a deliberate, abstract spill. It was a recreation of the ritual stripped of its victim and its perpetrator. It was the essence of the act, isolated and displayed. He then took the disposable phone and sent another single sentence to the same number. "The cup is empty." He left the warehouse and drove to a 24-hour diner across the city. He sat in a vinyl booth, ordered a plate of eggs, and waited. He knew the message would be received and understood. He was not accusing, he was reflecting. He was showing Josh his own signature, rendered in blood-red paint. He was saying, "I see your ritual, and I have made it my own." The response was faster this time. As Leo was driving home in the gray light of dawn, a black sedan with tinted windows pulled up beside him at a red light. The passenger window slid down silently. The man inside was not Albert. He was younger, bigger, with a flat, professional expression. He didn't look at Leo. He simply held up a single object, a white ceramic sugar packet, the kind found in diners. Then the window slid up and the sedan pulled away, disappearing into the morning traffic. Leo's hands tightened on the wheel. The message was devastating in its simplicity. It was an answer to his statement. "The cup is empty," Leo had said, and Josh had replied, "I can still make it sweet." It was a promise, a reminder of his power to grant comfort or to withdraw it. It was a threat wrapped in the mundane. But Leo also saw the crack he had been looking for. The response was defensive. Josh was engaging directly, personally. The king had been forced to acknowledge the whisper from the crowd. The game was no longer just about intimidation. It was a dialogue, and Leo, holding his brush and his paint, had just been handed the next word. He drove home, the image of the sugar packet burning in his mind, knowing the next move would have to be bolder, a stroke that would turn Josh's own symbolism into a trap from which there was no easy exit. The sugar packet was the key. It was a prop, a cheap, mass-produced item, but in their private language it had become a symbol of control. Josh could sweeten the deal or leave it bitter. He was the one who decided. Leo needed to show him that the choice was no longer his alone. He went to a restaurant supply store and bought a box of 1,000 identical white ceramic sugar packets. For the next 3 days he became a deliveryman. He did not target Josh's home or his obvious strongholds. That was expected. Instead, he targeted the periphery of Josh's life, the places that projected his normalcy and his influence. He left a single sugar packet on the windshield of the armored car that ferried Josh's lieutenant. He slipped one into the menu at the upscale steakhouse where Josh entertained politicians. He placed one on the bench in the lobby of the high-rise that housed his legitimate businesses. He mailed one in a plain envelope to the private school Josh's niece attended. Each packet was left clean, unmarked, and utterly anonymous. There was no paint, no note, no direct threat. Just the object repeated, a whisper that became a chorus. He was not threatening violence, he was demonstrating access. He was showing Josh that the carefully maintained border between his brutal world and his civilized one was porous. Leo could touch all of it. He was the sugar in the coffee, the unseen element that could be present anywhere. The final delivery was the most personal. He drove to the cemetery where Carol was buried. He had never visited the grave. It felt like a violation of a memory that was not fully his to claim, but now it was necessary. He stood before the simple headstone, the morning dew soaking his shoes. He placed a single sugar packet on the granite, right above her name. He said nothing. The gesture was everything. It connected Josh's symbol of control directly to his greatest crime against Leo. It said, "You took the sweetness from my life, and I am now present in yours." He returned to his apartment and waited. He knew the response would not be a sedan or a package. He had escalated the conversation to a new level. He had moved from reflecting Josh's symbols to actively deploying them. He was no longer just talking back, he was talking over him. The call came that evening on the disposable phone. The ringtone was shrill in the quiet of the room. Leo let it ring 3 times before answering. He did not speak. The voice on the other end was calm, cultured, and devoid of any discernible emotion. It was a voice he had only heard from a distance in a cafe, but he recognized it instantly. It was Josh. "You are a very persistent man, Leo." The use of his name was deliberate, a reminder that he was known, that he was not a ghost. Leo remained silent. He would not be drawn into a conventional exchange. This was a different kind of interrogation. The voice continued, unfazed by the silence. The art installation was evocative, but art requires an audience. Are you sure you want one? Leo finally spoke, his own voice low and steady. The audience is already here. They just don't know what they're looking at. Yet. There was a pause, the faint sound of breathing on the line. Leo could almost see him, sitting in a leather chair in a soundproofed room, weighing the variables. "This is becoming costly," Josh said, "and I am a businessman. What is it you want? Revenge is a messy and unprofitable enterprise." "I don't want revenge," Leo said. "I want to trade." Another pause, longer this time. "What could you possibly have to trade?" "A story," Leo said, "the true one, the one with all the characters. I have the brush, I have the paint. I can finish the picture, or I can leave it for others to finish." The threat was implicit. He would expose it all, not to the police, but to the world, in a way that could not be ignored or buried. He would use Josh's own metaphorical language to create an undeniable truth. The line was so quiet Leo thought the connection had been lost. Then Josh spoke again, and for the first time, Leo heard a flicker of something other than cool control. It was a faint, almost imperceptible thread of curiosity. "Meet me," Josh said, "tomorrow. The cafe, noon. Come unarmed. We will discuss the price of your silence." The line went dead. Leo put the phone down. His heart was a steady, pounding drum in his chest. He had done it. He had forced the king to the table. He had not won. He had simply changed the nature of the game one final time. The hunter and the hunted were now going to sit down together in a quiet room over 2 cups of bitter coffee and decide what story they would tell. The cafe felt different in the midday sun. The old men were gone, the domino tables empty. Leo walked in at 5 minutes to noon. He saw Josh immediately, seated at the same table as before, but the newspaper was gone. 2 small cups of coffee steamed on the table. Josh watched him approach, his expression unreadable, a placid mask that gave nothing away. Leo sat down without a word. The chair was warm from the sun slanting through the window. He looked at the coffee cup placed before him. It was identical to the one he had drawn on the warehouse wall. Josh took a slow sip from his own cup. He did not sweeten it. "You have caused a great deal of inconvenience," he said. His voice was a low murmur, barely audible over the hum of a refrigerator. "I am not here for your convenience," Leo said. "No," Josh agreed. "You are here for a trade, so let us trade. You believe you have a story to tell. I believe you have nothing but conjecture and metaphor. Prove me wrong." Leo kept his hands on the table, flat and open. "The story begins with a man who thought he was a king," he said. "He collected things, businesses, people. He had a painter. He owned her the way he owned everything else. But she started to see the cracks in the walls. She was an artist. She saw the truth." Josh's eyes were dark and depthless. "A tragic accident," he said. "The official record is quite clear." "The official record is a canvas you painted yourself," Leo replied. "But you missed a spot. You sent the brush. You sent the paint. You wanted me to see it. You wanted me to understand the power you had to create and to destroy. You were proud of your work." Josh leaned forward just an inch. "And what is your price for this artistic critique?" "Ibrahim," Leo said, "you let him take the fall for the port business. You withdraw your protection. He walks. He gets to disappear." Josh almost smiled. "A single pawn for your silence. That seems an uneven trade." "He asks not the prize," Leo said. "He asks the proof of your good faith. You give me Ibrahim and I give you my brush. I stop painting. You refuse and I finish the picture. I start with Carol's family. I give them the brush. I give them the paint. I tell them what it means." For the first time, a real emotion flickered in Josh's eyes. It was not anger, but a cold, calculating fury. You would drag them into this. "You already did," Leo said, his voice dropping to a whisper when you ended her. "They ray already in the picture. I am just offering them a better view." Josh sat back, his gaze shifting to the street outside. A woman was laughing, pushing a stroller. The normal world continued, oblivious. He looked back at Leo. "You have more of the marshal in you than you think. This is not a negotiation. It is an ultimatum." "It's the only kind of conversation you understand," Leo said. Josh studied him for a long moment, his eyes tracing the lines of Leo's face, the set of his shoulders, as if memorizing him. Then he gave a single, curt nod. "Ibrahim will be released. The charges will be dropped for lack of evidence. He will be on a flight to Caracas by the end of the week." "And you will never contact him or me again," Leo said. "And you will destroy your art supplies," Josh said. "This conversation never happened." Leo looked down at his coffee. He had not touched it. He pushed the cup away, the liquid sloshing dark and bitter against the white ceramic. He stood up. "The story is already written, Josh," he said. "I am just choosing not to publish it." He turned and walked out of the cafe, leaving Josh sitting alone with 2 full cups of coffee, the king in his quiet, shrinking kingdom. The sun was high and hot. Leo got into his car and drove, not looking back. He had won nothing. He had simply ended something. He had traded his vengeance for a man's freedom, and in the quiet of his own mind, it felt like the first true thing he had done in a very long time. The game was over. The board was empty, and for now, that was enough. He drove for hours until the city sprawl gave way to long, straight roads flanked by flat, green fields. He pulled over at a rest stop, the kind of anonymous place he had come to know so well. He got out of the car, the tube of cadmium red and the paintbrush in his jacket pocket. He walked to a metal trash can bolted to the concrete. He took out the objects, feeling their weight one last time. The brush was clean. The tube was nearly full. He dropped them into the trash. They landed with a soft, final thud. He did not look back. A week later, a short article appeared in the business section of the newspaper. Joshua Miller, a prominent local entrepreneur and philanthropist, was announced as the lead donor for a new wing at the City Art Museum. The wing was to be dedicated to modern American realism. The press release quoted Miller speaking about the power of art to reveal truth. Leo read the article in a public library, then left the paper on the table. It was Josh's final move, a graceful, public assertion of his narrative, a king reinforcing his walls. Leo did not care. He had gotten what he wanted. A confirmation came via a 3-line email from a secure, anonymous account. It contained only a flight number, a date, and a time. Ibrahim was on his way to Caracas. His own departure was quieter. He packed a single bag, leaving behind the cheap furniture and the accumulated detritus of his life as a ghost. He drove west toward a different ocean. He found a small coastal town where the air smelled of salt and pine. He rented a room above a boat repair shop. He got a job sanding hulls, the work monotonous and physical, the grit of the fiberglass under his fingers a welcome anchor to reality. He did not paint, he did not draw, he did not visit art galleries. Some mornings he would sit on the dock with a cup of coffee, watching the gulls wheel and cry over the water. He drank it black, he never added sugar. The bitterness was a part of the ritual now, a private memorial to a conversation that had ended. He had filled his canvas with a single, decisive act of erasure. It was not a masterpiece, it was not a victory, but it was his. And in the quiet, unobserved corners of his new life that felt like a kind of peace, the sanding was good work. It required a steady hand and a patient eye, but not much thought. Leo found a rhythm in it, the back and forth motion smoothing the rough, gel-coated surfaces, preparing them for a new layer, a fresh start. The owner of the boatyard, a grizzled man named Hank who rarely spoke, seemed to appreciate his quiet diligence. Leo was just another man running from something, and in a town like this, that was the most common story of all. He kept to himself, his world shrinking to the size of the boatyard, the dock, and his small room. He avoided the news, both local and national. He did not search for Joshua Miller's name. He knew the man was still out there, building his legacy, sweetening his public image. It was a fact, like the weather. It no longer required his attention. One afternoon, a package arrived at the boatyard addressed to him. It was a flat, square cardboard box with no return address. Hank handed it to him with a grunt, his eyes lingering on it for a moment too long. Leo took it up to his room and set it on the small table. He did not open it immediately. He stood at the window, watching the water change color as the sun began to set. Finally, he used a pocket knife to slice the tape. Inside, nestled in plain brown paper, was a book. It was a thick, heavy volume bound in dark blue cloth. The title was stamped in simple, silver letters, The Collected Works of Albert Crane. Leo's breath caught. He had not heard that name in months. He opened the cover. The frontispiece was a black and white photograph of Albert, much younger, his eyes bright and full of an ambition that had since curdled. On the title page, in fresh, dark ink, was an inscription. For Leo, every story needs its first reader. J. The handwriting was elegant, precise. There was no doubt who J was. Leo sat down, the weight of the book heavy in his lap. It was not a threat, it was something else, a courtesy, an acknowledgement, a final, graceful move in a game Leo had thought was over. Josh was telling him that he knew where he was, that the thread between them, however thin, was not truly severed. He was also giving him a gift, or a burden, the complete, curated story of the man whose disappearance had started it all. He spent the next week reading the book. The poems were dense, lyrical, and often bleak. They were filled with images of confinement and silent screams, of kings and pawns, of bitter cups and sweet lies. Leo saw the entire drama prefigured in Albert S. work. The man had been a prophet of his own demise. Josh had not just silenced a liability, he had closed a book whose ending he did not like. When he finished, Leo took the book down to the dock. He stood for a long time holding it, feeling the sea breeze ruffle the pages. He thought about throwing it into the water, letting the waves claim it, but that felt like an admission of fear. Instead, he took it to a used bookstore in the next town over. He sold it for $10. He did not look back as he left. That night he dreamed of Carol. She was standing before a blank canvas, not with a brush, but with a tube of red paint. She was squeezing it, but nothing came out. She looked at him, not with accusation, but with a deep, profound sadness. He woke up with a start, the taste of bitter coffee in his mouth. He went to work the next morning as usual. Hank had a new project for him, an old wooden dinghy that needed its hull completely stripped and refinished. It was a job that would take weeks. As Leo began to scrape away the layers of old, cracked varnish, he found something. Carved into the wood near the keel was a small, crude drawing. It was a coffee cup. His hand stilled, his heart hammered against his ribs. He stared at the carving, his mind racing. It was old, the lines were softened by time and layers of paint. A coincidence. It had to be. A child's drawing, a random symbol, but in his world there were no coincidences anymore. He looked out at the harbor, at the peaceful, bobbing boats, and for the first time the view felt like an illusion. The game was not over. It had simply changed venues. He picked up his scraper and, with a grim and steady pressure, began to erase the cup from the wood. The work was slow. It was just beginning. Story 3. The memory surfaced like a bubble from a black sea, a thing of pressure and distortion. It was the scent of orange blossoms and cordite, a specific, impossible combination. I was sitting in a sterile debriefing room in Langley, the air tasting of recycled coolness and wiped-clean surfaces, and yet for a single heart-stopping second I was somewhere else, drenched in Mediterranean heat, the sweet, cloying perfume of a grove in full bloom mixing with the sharp, coppery tang of a freshly fired gun. The memory had no face, no context, just this sensory ghost, a haunting I didn't understand. It felt like a secret my own mind was keeping from me, a lie buried so deep it had become a part of my bone marrow. Fulton's voice cut through the phantom scent. You look tired, Curtis. He sat across the steel table, a man carved from pinstripes and pension plans. His face was a map of mild concern, but his eyes were the color of a winter sky and just as cold. He pushed a file folder toward me. It was thin, which was always a bad sign. Thin files meant either not enough information or too much, all of it classified beyond my need to know. I am fine, I said, and the words sounded hollow even to me. The last 6 months were a blur of mandated therapy and desk duty, a slow-motion punishment for an incident in Belgrade that everyone officially called unavoidable collateral and unofficially called my personal meltdown. My hands, resting on the cool metal table, were steady. I had trained them for that. We need you operational. This is a soft re-entry, a target of opportunity. Fulton opened the file. There was a single photograph, a man caught from a distance exiting a cafe. He was elegant, dressed in a light linen suit that seemed to defy the grimy Istanbul street around him. He had the easy grace of a predator, a man utterly at home in his own skin and in the world's dark corners. Brett, no last name, or too many to matter. I knew the name, every intelligence officer, every special ops soldier, every hunter in the shadows knew the name. Brett was a legend, a ghost story you told to scare new recruits, a hitman of such lethal precision and audacity that he had become more myth than man. He wasn't just a killer, he was an artist, and his medium was death. His infallibility is the problem, Fulton continued, his voice a low, dry monotone. He has been disruptive, a free radical. We have reason to believe he is brokering a new kind of alliance, one that would make the global arms market look like a schoolyard swap. Your mission is to find him, and then you are to erase him. The assignment was a test, a final exam after my long convalescence. Succeed, and I would be welcomed back into the fold, my past indiscretions forgotten. Fail, and I would become a permanent desk-bound ghost, or worse. I understood the subtext. They were sending a damaged weapon to destroy a perfect one. The hunt began in the rain-slicked streets of Macau. Brett had been seen at a high-stakes poker game in a casino that glittered like a gaudy tumor on the city's skyline. The air was thick with the smell of salt water, expensive perfume, and desperation. I followed a trail of whispers and large financial transactions, a path lined with people who looked at you with eyes that had seen too much to be surprised by anything. I found one of his accomplices, a hulking man with a neck thicker than my thigh, in a back alley noodle shop. The man ate with a methodical intensity, his loyalty to Brett a tangible thing, like a dog guarding its master's door. I didn't learn much from him, just the faint, lingering trace of Brett's cologne on the man's jacket, sandalwood, and something else, something metallic and clean. The scent of the weapon, not the man. From Macau, the trail led to Marrakesh. The heat here was a physical presence, a dry, baking oven that sucked the moisture from your skin and the breath from your lungs. The scent of orange blossoms was everywhere, a sweet, dizzying cloud in the air. It triggered that same fragmented memory, the one that had haunted me in Langley. The cordite was missing, but the blossoms were here, overwhelming, a sensory clue that felt like a taunt. I felt his presence here more strongly, a vibration in the very air. He was close. I could feel him the way a storm feels the electricity in the atmosphere before the lightning strikes. It was in a shadowy corner of the Gemma Elefna Square, amidst the snake charmers and the storytellers and the smoke of 1,000 grills, that I first saw her. Crystal. She was a splash of cool color in the heat-hazed chaos, a woman in a pale blue dress, her posture both defiant and vulnerable. She was talking to one of Brett's men, a wiry local with quick, nervous hands. There was an exchange, a small, heavy-looking bag for a sliver of paper. She wasn't one of them. Her energy was wrong. There was fear in the set of her shoulders, a tension in the way she held her purse like it was a shield. She was a peripheral woman, caught in the undertow of a world she didn't understand, a potential point of entry, a potential weakness. I tracked her to a ria deep in the Medina, a beautiful hidden place with a quiet courtyard and a small, trickling fountain. The tiles were cool beneath my feet. The air was still and fragrant. When I stepped out of the shadows, she didn't scream. She just looked at me, her eyes a deep, liquid brown, full of a weary resignation. He told me someone would come, she said, her voice soft. He said you would be determined. Brett. She gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. He said you ray a man who remembers things that haven't happened to you yet. The words sent a cold trickle down my spine. What does that mean? He collects people, she whispered, moving to the fountain and trailing her fingers in the water. Not just their lives, their memories, their regrets. He says it as the ultimate currency. He has a file on you, Curtis, a thick one, thicker than the one Fulton gave you. I felt the world tilt, the orange blossoms, the cordite, the memory that wasn't mine. Where is he? He is waiting for you at the place where it began for you. She looked at me, and for the first time I saw not fear but pity. He said you know where that is. And I did. The memory solidified, no longer a ghost, but a concrete, terrible truth. Not a grove in Italy or Spain, a conservatory, a private botanical garden on a sprawling estate outside of Charleston. A place I had been only once, on a protection detail for a senator a lifetime ago. A place where a man had died in a way that was officially ruled a heart attack. I had been the only other person there. I remembered the smell, the overwhelming sweetness of the cultivated orange trees, the sudden, sharp report of a silenced pistol from the shadows, a sound I had dismissed as a car backfiring on a distant road. I hadn't pulled the trigger, but I had been there. I had seen the killer, a fleeting glimpse of an elegant man in a linen suit, his face a calm mask. Brett, he had been there, and he had let me live. He had planted that memory, a sleeper agent in my own mind, and now, years later, he had activated it. The final confrontation was not in some exotic, treacherous setting. It was in that same conservatory, under the same glass dome, the air thick and humid and sickly sweet with the scent of blooming oranges. He was there waiting, as Crystal said he would be. He stood beside a gnarled ancient tree, its branches heavy with fruit and white flowers. He looked exactly as he did in the photograph, only more real, more substantial. His elegance was not an affectation, it was his essence. "Curtis," he said, and his voice was smooth, cultured, without a trace of malice. "I wondered when you would arrive. I've been curating this moment for a very long time." "The senator," I said, my own voice rough, "a stranger as you set me up. You made me a witness I never knew I was." "I made you a collaborator," he corrected gently. "That little memory, that seed of doubt I placed in your mind, it's what brought you here, isn't it? Not Fulton-esque orders, not your desire for redemption, a simple, nagging mystery. The one thing a man like you can never resist. I didn't just let you live, I gave you a purpose." He moved around the tree, his hands in his pockets. He was utterly relaxed. "They told you I am a hitman, a disruptive element, but I am a surgeon, I remove problems. The senator was a problem. You, my friend, were becoming one. Belgrade was messy, unprofessional. I was hired to clean it up, to clean you up. But I saw a potential tool, rusted and damaged, but with good steel still at its core. So I repurposed you." The revelation was a physical blow. My entire redemption, this mission, my very presence here, was a move he had orchestrated. I was not the hunter. I was the prey who thought he was hunting. I was a pawn in a game I didn't know I was playing. Fulton hadn't sent me to kill Brett. Brett had manipulated Fulton into sending me to him. Why? The word was torn from me. Because everyone serves someone, Curtis. You serve the whims of men in rooms you'll never see. I serve a higher logic. The logic of the world as it is, not as they pretend it to be. I wanted you to see it. I wanted you to understand that you work for me. You always have. Since the moment you walked away from this place, unknowingly carrying my secret, you have been my asset. He took his hand from his pocket. There was no gun in it, just a single, perfect orange blossom. He held it out to me. "This is the only weapon I need." I drew my sidearm, the motion smooth, practiced, automatic. The metal was cool and familiar in my hand. I aimed at the center of his chest. He didn't flinch. He just smiled, a small, sad, knowing smile. "You want to do it," he said, "because if you do, you'll never know why. You'll never know who hired me to kill the senator. You'll never know who really owns you. Killing me won't give your life back, Curtis. It will just make you my final and most perfect accomplice." I stood there, the gun aimed, my finger on the trigger. The hypnotic rhythm of the water from a nearby fountain was the only sound. The sweet, suffocating scent of the blossoms filled my lungs. I saw it all, the predictable pattern of the investigation, the interrogation I was now conducting with myself. He was right. The need to know was an obsession, a ritual that had no end. Pulling the trigger would be an answer, but it would be the wrong one. It would be his answer. I lowered the gun. Brett's smile widened, a crack in his elegant facade showing the infinite darkness beneath. He placed the blossom on the soil at the base of the tree. "I'll be in touch." He walked past me out of the conservatory and disappeared into the night. I stood there for a long time, the gun hanging uselessly at my side. I had found my target, I had faced him, and I had let him go. The mission was a failure, or perhaps it was the greatest success of my career, a mission he had defined and I had completed exactly as he had designed. I returned to Langley. I lied to Fulton. I told him Brett had been a ghost, that the trail had gone cold. He looked at me with those wintry eyes, and I knew he didn't believe me, but he filed the report. He closed the case. I was given a new desk, a new file, a new target. The work continues. The ritual is unending. Every day I sit at my desk and I go through the motions. I study photographs, I analyze patterns, I look for ghosts in the machine. And sometimes, when I least expect it, the scent of orange blossoms will drift from an open window or a passing woman-esque perfume. And for a single, heart-stopping second, I am back in that humid conservatory, facing not a man, but my own reflection in the deep, still water of a truth I can never escape. The hunt is over. The hunt has just begun. It is the same thing. The new file was for a banker in Geneva, a man who laundered money for regimes even we wouldn't touch. It was busy work, a way to keep my hands moving and my mind numb, but I couldn't see the banker's face. All I saw was the elegant line of Brett's shoulder as he turned to leave, the absolute certainty in his step. He had walked out of that conservatory and back into the world's shadows, and he had taken a piece of me with him. I was no longer just an agent. I was a sleeper cell in my own life, waiting for a signal from a man I had been ordered to kill. 2 weeks later, the signal came. It was a book left on the passenger seat of my car, which was parked in a secure government lot. A worn copy of Sun Tzu's The Art of War. There was no note. I flipped through the pages in the sterile glow of the dome light, my heart hammering against my ribs. A single passage was underlined in faint, precise pencil. The supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Tucked into the chapter on deception was a key. It was a simple, unmarked brass key for a locker. I knew, with a cold and certain dread, that this was my first test, my first order. I found the locker in the bus station, a place of transients and forgotten journeys. Inside was a sealed manila envelope and a burner phone. The envelope contained a photograph of a man I recognized. His name was Alastair Finch, and he was a mid-level analyst in the British Embassy. A friendly. The photo was taken from a distance, showing him laughing with a woman who was not his wife at an outdoor cafe. The phone had one number pre-programmed into it. I stood there in the grimy, echoing station, holding the photograph. This was the moment. This was the fulcrum. I could take this to Fulton. I could expose the entire twisted game, but then I would never know why. I would never know who owned me. The need to know was a cancer, and Brett had known it was the one thing I could not cut out. The burner phone vibrated in my hand, a single, insistent pulse. I answered. There was no greeting. The calf is called Le Solil. He will be there tomorrow at 3. The woman is a low-level attach from an unfriendly embassy. Their relationship is personal, but the information he shares to impress her is not. He is a leak, a small one, but small leaks sink great ships. The voice was synthesized, genderless, but the cadence was his, the elegant, precise rhythm of Brett. Why me? I asked, the words tight in my throat. Because you are the perfect instrument. You have the authority to be there, the training to observe, and now the motivation to act. Take the photograph, confront him. How you handle it is your choice, but handle it you will. The line went dead. The next day I was at Le Solil at 2:45. I sat in the corner, a cup of cold coffee in front of me, and watched Alastair Finch walk in. He was exactly as he seemed in the photo, a blandly handsome man living a blandly dangerous secret. He ordered a glass of wine, checked his watch, and waited for his mistress. I watched his eyes, the nervous excitement, the pathetic thrill of his own indiscretion. I could have arrested him, dragged him in for questioning. It would have been the proper procedure, the correct move, but it would also have been a move on Brett's board. I was not here to be correct, I was here to understand. When the woman arrived, I stood up and walked to their table. Finch looked up, his smile freezing and then shattering when he saw my face. He knew who I was. Mr. Finch, I said, my voice low, a word in private. I didn't flash my credentials. I didn't need to. The authority was in my posture, in the dead calm of my eyes. He stammered an excuse to the woman and followed me to a quiet alley beside the calf. He was already sweating. "I can explain," he began. I didn't let him finish. I showed him the photograph. "Who is she?" "Her name is Anya. It's nothing, I swear, it's just—" "It's not nothing," I interrupted, my voice still quiet, still calm. "You've been sharing classified assessments. You think it's harmless pillow talk. It's not. You're being watched." His face went ashen. "By you." "By me and by others. If I take you in, your career is over. Your life is over." I leaned closer, the scent of his cheap cologne mixing with the smell of garbage from the alley. "But I'm not going to take you in." He stared at me, confused, hope and terror warring in his eyes. "You are going to go back to your wife tonight. You are going to end this affair today. You will never speak to Anya again. You will report any contact from her immediately through a channel I will provide. And you will continue your work, but you will do it with the constant, certain knowledge that I am watching you. That one misstep, one single, tiny error in judgment, and I will be back. And it will not be for a conversation in an alley." I wasn't just containing a leak. I was creating an asset. I was doing exactly what Brett had done to me. I was applying pressure, creating a dependency, turning a man into a tool. I was building my own web using his methods. I left Finch trembling in the alley. The burner phone in my pocket vibrated once, a short, sharp buzz of approval. A single text message appeared on the screen. "Ritual is learned. Welcome to the war." The phone went dark in my hand. "Welcome to the war." The words were not a comfort, they were a sentence. I had passed the test, but the test was only the beginning of the curriculum. I drove back to my apartment, the familiar streets of DC looking alien and thin like a painted backdrop. I was living in two worlds now, the official one of files and desks and Fulton-esque cold gaze, and the real one, the one that operated in the silence between the notes. Finch played his part perfectly. He broke it off with the attach, became a model husband and a painfully cautious analyst. He was my first thread, a single, fragile connection into the dark tapestry Brett was weaving. I didn't hear from the synthesized voice for a month. The silence was its own form of communication, a lesson in patience. I went to my desk. I studied the banker from Geneva. I wrote reports that were filed and forgotten. I was a ghost in the machine, but now I was a ghost who knew he was dead. The next contact was a flower, a single fresh orange blossom placed squarely in the center of my kitchen table. I had been out for a run. The door was locked. The security system, a top-of-the-line model issued by the agency, showed no breaches. The blossom lay there, its scent already beginning to fill the small room, a sweet, cloying wave of memory and menace. There was no note. The message was in the impossibility of its delivery. It was a reminder that my world was not my own. The walls I had built were made of paper to him. This time the burner phone was delivered by a different method. A young woman on a bicycle, a courier, handed me a thick envelope as I left a coffee shop near the Lincoln Memorial. "Have a good day, sir," she said, her smile bland and professional. Inside the envelope, nestled between padded layers, was the phone. It rang as I held it. "The banker in Geneva is not what he seems," the synthesized voice stated, bypassing any greeting. "His name is Klaus Richter. He does not just launder money, he curates despair. He funds the factions that create the very chaos my employers then pay to contain. He is a man who profits from both the disease and the cure. Your agency is aware of this. They have chosen to look the other way because he is also a valuable, deniable source of intelligence, a useful monster." I stood on the path, tourists streaming around me, the sun bright on the white marble. What is the play? "Your assignment is to facilitate his upcoming merger with a rival consortium. Standard agency protocol. You are to ensure the flow of intelligence continues uninterrupted. My assignment for you is different. There is a ledger, a single handwritten record of his true clients, the ones even your agency cannot officially tolerate. It is kept in a safe in his lake house. You will acquire it. You will not copy it. You will bring it to me. And if I am caught, the agency will disavow you. They will call you a rogue agent, compromised, selling secrets. Fulton will personally sign the termination order. You know this. The question is not about the risk. The question is about the truth. Do you want to see the names of the men who truly pull the strings? Do you want to know who you have been serving all these years? The line went dead. I looked down at the phone, then at the majestic, empty face of Lincoln carved in stone. A government of the people, by the people, for the people. It was a beautiful, dead idea. Brett was offering me a glimpse of the real government, the one that operated in the shadows, the one that had used me, that had discarded me, that was now using me again. The need to know was a fire in my veins. The mission to Geneva was a complex ballet. I played my part for the agency, coordinating with the Swiss, smoothing the way for Richter's merger. I was the good soldier. At night, I was something else. I studied the blueprints of the lake house, the security schedules, the habits of the guards. I used agency resources to do it, my searches hidden within legitimate queries. I was betraying my handlers to serve a deeper, more truthful master. The break-in was a masterpiece of precision. I slipped past the motion sensors, picked the lock on the study, and cracked the safe using a frequency generator that was not standard agency issue. The ledger was there, just as Brett had said. A simple, leather-bound book. I didn't open it. I didn't want to know, not yet. Knowing would make it real. I slipped it into the inner pocket of my jacket and vanished back into the night. I delivered the ledger as instructed, leaving it in a locker in the Geneva train station. I never saw who picked it up. I returned to my hotel room, my hands steady, my heart a cold, hard stone in my chest. I had done it. I had successfully completed a mission for the most wanted man on my agency's list, and I had sabotaged an official operation in the process. I was no longer just compromised. I was a fully operational double agent, and my primary handler was my official target. The morning I was to fly back to DC, the burner phone buzzed on my nightstand. A single encrypted file had been sent. I opened it. It was a scan of one page from the ledger. At the top of the page was a name I knew well, a name spoken with reverence in the halls of Langley. A senator, a patriot, a man who sat on the Intelligence Oversight Committee. Below his name were dates, amounts, and brief descriptions of services rendered. The final entry was the most damning. It was a payment authorized by the senator for an operation in Belgrade. The operation that had gone wrong. The operation that had broken me. I sat on the edge of the bed, the phone feeling like a block of ice in my hand. Brett hadn't just shown me a truth, he had shown me my truth. The man I was supposed to be protecting, the institution I was supposed to be serving, had paid to have me sacrificed. I had been set up from the very beginning, not by a foreign enemy, but by my own. Brett hadn't ruined me, he had simply been the scalpel. The cancer was already there. The phone buzzed one last time. A new message appeared, just 3 words from my new handler, my only link to the real war. The student has graduated. The flight back to States was a blur. The hum of the engines was a dull roar that matched the static in my head. I looked at the other passengers, at the flight attendants with their practiced smiles, and I felt a vast, unbridgeable distance between us. They lived in the world. I lived in the machinery beneath it. The senator's name echoed in my mind, a bell that had told the death of my old life. Everything I had done, every order I had followed, every bullet I had fired, had been in service to a man who saw me as a disposable asset. Brett hadn't recruited me. He had liberated me from a lie. Fulton was waiting for me at the airport, his face a granite mask of disapproval. The Richter merger is compromised. There are whispers. A ledger is missing. He studied me, his eyes searching for a crack. Your operation was clean. It was textbook, I said, my voice flat, devoid of the defiance he expected. If there's a ledger, it wasn't in the main house. Maybe the rivals got to it first. He held my gaze for a long moment, the silence a test of its own. I didn't flinch. The truth he was looking for was too big for him to see. He finally grunted, a sound of unsatisfied suspicion. Get some rest. You have a debrief at 800. I didn't go home. I drove to the Lincoln Memorial again. I stood in the same spot, looking up at the same stony face. This time the words about government felt different. They weren't a lie, but they were incomplete. They described the body, not the soul. The soul was what Brett was showing me, the ruthless, pragmatic, hidden soul of power. A man in a dark overcoat sat down on the steps beside me, though there were dozens of empty spots. He didn't look at me. He stared out at the reflecting pool. "He was right about you," the man said, his voice a low, cultured murmur. It wasn't the synthesized voice. This was human. This was real. I didn't turn. "Who are you?" A colleague, a fellow student of the real art of war. He placed a small, metallic object between us on the step. A USB drive, your next lesson, a list of names, mid-level bureaucrats, analysts, a few field agents like yourself. They are all, to varying degrees, aware of the dissonance. They feel the cracks in the official story. They are potential. Your task is to identify which of them are ready to see the truth. This was the next logical step. I was no longer just an asset. I was a spotter, a recruiter. I was helping him build his network, his invisible army within the machine. "And if I refuse?" The man finally turned his head. His eyes were a calm, steady blue. He had the look of a tenured professor or a kindly doctor. You've seen the cancer. You can pretend it's not there. You can either let it consume the host, or you can help us become the antidote. He stood up, brushing a speck of dust from his coat. The ritual continues. He walked away and was swallowed by a group of tourists. I sat for a few more minutes, then picked up the USB drive. It was warm from his hand. I drove to a public library, used an anonymous computer, and scanned the list. Dozens of names, some I knew. One was a young analyst in my own department, a woman with sharp eyes and a skeptical mind named Chloe. She had once questioned a field report, pointing out a minor logistical inconsistency everyone else had ignored. She saw the details. That was the criteria, I realized. It wasn't about ambition or disillusionment. It was about the capacity to see the pattern, the willingness to question the official melody. I was to find the others who could hear the silence between the notes. I went to the debrief the next morning. I sat in the sterile room and lied with a perfect, placid face. I told them about Richter's security, the layout of the house, the successful merger. I was the model agent. Fulton watched me, his expression unreadable. When it was over, he dismissed me with a wave of his hand. As I walked out, I passed Chloe's desk. She was staring at a satellite image, her brow furrowed. I paused. "The shadow is wrong, isn't it?" I said quietly, referring to a building in the photo. She looked up, startled, then intrigued. "Yes, it is, by about 2 hours." I gave her a small, knowing nod. The metadata is often the first thing they alter. I didn't say another word. I just continued walking, feeling her eyes on my back. It was a seed. A tiny, fragile thing planted in fertile soil. The hunt was over. The cultivation had begun. The days folded into one another, a new and terrible rhythm establishing itself. I was a pendulum swinging between two lives. By day I was the quiet, competent agent, slowly regaining a measure of trust from Fulton. By night I was a gardener in a shadowy vineyard, tending to the seeds of doubt I had planted. Chloe was the most promising. A casual comment here, a shared look of skepticism there. I was teaching her to listen for the discordant note in the agency's symphony, just as Brett had taught me. The USB drive man did not contact me again. The synthesized voice was silent. I understood now that this was the method. They provided the objective and the tools, then receded into the background, forcing me to operate on my own initiative. It was a test of judgment and discretion. Every interaction with Chloe, every subtle nudge, was a potential exposure. I was walking a high wire without a net, and the only person holding the balance pole was the ghost of a traitor. 3 weeks after the Geneva trip, Fulton called me into his office. The atmosphere was different. The usual chill was replaced by a simmering tension. He didn't sit behind his desk. He stood before the window, his back to me. "We have a problem," he said, his voice low. "A serious one. Someone is talking. There's a leak, not of information, but of sentiment. A corrosive little narrative that we ray not the good guys." He turned, and his eyes were like chips of flint. I want you to find it. I want you to plug it. The irony was so profound it was almost beautiful. He was asking me to investigate myself. He was handing me the knife to slit my own throat, or rather, to slit the throat of the very rebellion I was fostering. "What is the source?" I asked, keeping my voice carefully neutral. "It is vague whispers, but it is centered in your old section. You know the people, you know the dynamics, use your unique perspective." He was giving me a license to hunt, a mandate to root out dissent. It was the perfect cover for my real work and the most dangerous possible development. I accepted the assignment with a grim nod. I left his office and went straight to the cafeteria, finding Chloe sitting alone with a tablet and a cup of tea. I sat down across from her. This was no time for subtlety. Fulton's move had accelerated the timeline. "Fulton just gave me a new assignment," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "He has tasked me with finding a lake, a moral one." Her eyes widened slightly, but she didn't look surprised. She looked resigned. I was wondering when they denotice. They haven't noticed anything specific. Not yet, but they can feel it. They ray nervous. I leaned forward. "This is the moment, Chloe. The moment you decide if you ray just bothered by the shadows, or if you ray ready to step into the light and see what is casting them." She held my gaze, her own sharp and clear. "What is casting them?" "The same people who give the orders, the same people who decide who is a patriot and who is a traitor. They built this system and they break it whenever it suits them. The Belgrade op wasn't a failure, it was a sacrifice." I saw the pieces click into place behind her eyes. She didn't flinch. She simply absorbed the truth, her face hardening into a mask of cold resolution. "What do you need me to do?" "Keep doing what you ray doing, but be careful and listen. If you hear anything from anyone else who feels the way you do, you tell me. We need to know who we can trust." I was building a cell, right under Fulton's nose, using the authority he had given me to identify and isolate potential allies. It was a breathtakingly audacious gambit. That night, the burner phone, which had been dormant for weeks, lit up with a single, one-word message. "Elegant." They knew, of course they knew. They were watching me manage the very crisis I had created, turning my hunter into my shield. The student wasn't just graduated. The student was now teaching the class. I looked at the phone, then out the window of my apartment at the glittering, ignorant city. The war was no longer something I had been welcomed into. It was something I was now helping to wage. And I knew with a cold and certain dread that the next test would not be against a target, but against the man who had sent me to find one. Fulton was becoming a liability, and I knew what had to be done with liabilities. The file on Fulton was surprisingly thin for a man of his stature. It spoke of a careful life, one that left few digital crumbs, but everyone has a pressure point. His was his daughter, a medical student at Johns Hopkins. She wasn't a secret, but she was his quiet pride, the one clean part of his life. I had no intention of harming her. That wasn't the play. The play was to show Fulton that his sanctuary was not impenetrable, that the walls he had built for himself were, like mine, made of paper. I used Chloe for this. It was her first real test. I gave her a simple task. I need a pattern of life on the daughter. Academic schedule, her favorite coffee shop, her jogging route. Nothing invasive, just the public rhythm. Chloe didn't ask why. She simply nodded, her face a pale, determined moon in the glow of her monitor. She came back 24 hours later with a concise report. The daughter, Alina, had a routine. She studied at a specific library every Tuesday and Thursday evening until 10 p.m. She took the same path back to her apartment, a well-lit but quiet street. The following Thursday, I was there. I sat in a rented sedan, watching the library doors. When Alina emerged, pulling her coat tight against the chill, I didn't follow her. I just let my car idle at the curb as she passed under a streetlight. I made no move to approach. I just let her see me. I made sure my face was visible in the dim interior light. I was not a stranger to her. I was the agent from her father's office who had come to a painfully awkward dinner once, a lifetime ago. Her step faltered for just a second, a flicker of recognition, then confusion. She quickened her pace, glancing back once. The message was delivered. The fortress had been scouted. The next morning, Fulton summoned me. This time his office was a cage of pure, undiluted rage. He didn't speak. He simply stood, his fists clenched on his desk, the veins on his temples standing out. The silence was more violent than any shout. "Did you enjoy your drive last night?" he finally ground out, his voice trembling with the effort of control. "I needed some air," I said, my tone flat. "It's a nice neighborhood, quiet, safe." He understood the threat was not explicit. It didn't need to be. I had demonstrated access. I had shown him that the one thing he truly cared about existed in a world I could now touch. He saw the change in me, the dead-eyed certainty. He was a predator, and he recognized a more dangerous one. "What do you want?" he whispered. "I want you to back off the leak investigation. I want you to file a report stating it was baseless paranoia, office gossip. I want you to leave my section alone." "And if I don't?" "Then the next conversation won't be between you and me. It will be between you and the people I answer to, and they won't be as polite as I am." I let the words hang in the air. "Your choice isn't between loyalty and treason, John. It's between a managed retirement and a ruinous fall. Choose the fall, and you won't be the only one who hits the ground." I turned and walked out, leaving him standing there, a king in a crumbling castle. I had not become Brett. I had become something else, a hybrid of his cold methodology and my own simmering fury. I was using his tools, but the target was my own. I was cutting out the rot as I found it, one compromised piece at a time. The burner phone buzzed in my pocket as I rode the elevator down. A new message, an address, a time, and another of those devastatingly simple assessments. "The scalpel is yours." The address was a small, private gallery in Georgetown, the kind that dealt in art too expensive for public display. The time was for the following evening. I arrived precisely at 8, dressed in a suit that felt like someone else's skin. The gallery was holding a viewing for a collection of post-war German expressionists, the canvases a riot of anguished color that felt more honest than any photograph. He was there, standing before a massive painting of a fractured cityscape, the man from the Lincoln Memorial. He held a champagne flute, the picture of a wealthy patron. I came to stand beside him, my hands in my pockets. "The artist understood," he murmured, not looking at me. "That truth is not a single image, but the sum of all the broken pieces." "I neutralized Fulton," I said, the words tasting of metal. "We know it was handled with finesse, a contained burn. He submitted his resignation this afternoon, a sudden, irreversible heart condition." He took a sip of champagne. "He will live a long, quiet life, terrified of every shadow. A more effective deterrent than a bullet, don't you think?" It was Brett's philosophy perfectly executed. Maximum effect, minimal, deniable force. "The scalpel is yours," I repeated the message back to him. "Indeed, Fulton was your final exam. You passed. You have graduated from theory to practical application." He finally turned, his calm blue eyes meeting mine. "Your target is no longer a concept. It is a man, the man from the ledger. The senator, the patriot, the man who had signed the order that broke me." "The objective?" I asked, my voice dangerously low. "Not elimination. That is a crude instrument. We are surgeons. We remove the influence, not the body. He is scheduled to give a major speech next week at the National Press Club. A defiant, patriotic address meant to solidify his power and condemn his enemies. You will ensure he gives a different speech." He gestured with his glass toward a small side room. "Your tools are in there, a draft of the new speech, and the leverage to make him deliver it." I walked into the side room. On a velvet-covered table lay a single tablet. I picked it up and woke the screen. It showed a live feed of the senator's personal study in his Virginia home. His grandson, no more than 6 years old, was sitting on the floor building a Lego spaceship. The angle was from a high shelf, something that looked like a digital clock radio. The implication was as clear as glass. We are inside his sanctum. We are with his family. I opened the document next to it, the speech. It was a confession, a detailed, damning confession of his dealings, the off-the-books operations, the financial compromises, the betrayal in Belgrade. It named names. It ended his career, his freedom, and the myth of his patriotism in one brutal, public act. I put the tablet down. This was the next level. This was not just stealing secrets or recruiting allies. This was psychological demolition. This was using a man's love for his family to force him to destroy himself. I walked back out to the main gallery. The man was gone. In his place was Chloe. She stood looking at the same fractured cityscape, her expression unreadable. "He said you would need a second," she said quietly. So she was fully in. She was my partner now. I gave a single, curt nod. "We have a week," I said. "We need to verify the access. We need to be sure the leverage is real and will hold." She turned to me, and for the first time I saw not just resolve in her eyes, but a flicker of the same cold fire that burned in me. "It will hold. I've already checked the protocols on the senator's security detail. The man who installed his home system 2 months ago is one of ours." The network was deeper than I had imagined. It was everywhere. I looked back at the painting, the jagged lines and furious colors. I was no longer looking at the broken pieces. I was one of them, a sharp, hard shard being used to cut out the heart of the beast. The student was gone, the instrument had been sharpened, and now it was time to play. The next 5 days were a masterclass in operational pressure. Chloe and I worked in a bubble of intense, silent focus, our communication reduced to encrypted text and the occasional meeting in soundproofed rooms. We were the architects of a man's public ruin. My role was to be the ghost, the invisible hand holding the knife to his throat. I monitored the live feed from his study, learning the rhythms of his fear. He had noticed the new clock radio. He picked it up, turned it over in his hands, and then, with a dawning horror, placed it carefully back on the shelf. He knew. Chloe's role was the infrastructure. She ensured the alternate speech was loaded onto the teleprompter system, that the backup copies were replaced, that the right people on the senator's staff would look the other way at the crucial moment. She was brilliant, cold, and efficient. The skeptical analyst was gone, replaced by a relentless revolutionary. The day of the speech arrived. I took a position in the press club's balcony, overlooking the packed room. The air was thick with anticipation and the smell of old wood and coffee. The senator walked to the podium to a wave of applause. He looked like a man going to the gallows. His smile was a rictus of terror. He adjusted his glasses, his hands trembling slightly. He began to speak. The first few lines were the expected banal patriotism. Then he glanced at the teleprompter. His eyes widened almost imperceptibly. He stumbled over a word, a forced cough. He was trying to deviate, to ad-lib his way back to the scripted lie. That was when I sent the single, prearranged signal from my phone, a direct message to the tablet in his study. On my own phone, a split screen appeared. One side showed the senator at the podium, the other showed the live feed of his study. His grandson was now sitting on the floor, but a man's hand, gloved, was now visible, resting on the child's shoulder. The boy, oblivious, kept playing. The senator saw it. His face went ashen. He stopped speaking altogether for a full 3 seconds, a lifetime on live television. He looked directly into the camera, and in that moment he wasn't a powerful statesman. He was a grandfather, utterly broken. He cleared his throat, a dry, painful sound. "I must apologize," he whispered, the microphone catching every strained syllable. "The words I have prepared are inadequate. The truth requires a different language." He began to read. The confession unfolded in a dead, monotone voice. He spoke of Belgrade, of the money, of the lies constructed in secure committee rooms. The room was first silent, then erupted into a chaos of shouted questions and disbelieving murmurs. Cameras flashed. He kept reading mechanically until the last damning word was spoken. Then he simply stood there empty as security rushed the podium. I slipped out of the balcony and down a service stairwell. Chloe was already there, her back against the concrete wall, breathing heavily. We didn't speak. We walked out into the cool afternoon air, two anonymous faces in a city reeling from a seismic shock. The burner phone buzzed, not a word of praise, just a new set of coordinates and a time. A warehouse on the Anacostia River, tonight. We went together. The warehouse was vast and echoingly empty, smelling of rust and old water. The man in the overcoat was there, but he wasn't alone. A dozen other figures stood in a loose semicircle, their faces obscured by the deep shadows. Men and women. I recognized a few from the list, from the periphery of my old life. They were the spotters, the recruiters, the other scalpels. The man stepped forward. A successful operation, he said, his voice echoing slightly. The network is secure. The myth of his invincibility is shattered, but the body is large and the cancer is resilient. This was one tumor. There are others. He gestured to the people around him. You are no longer an instrument. You are a conductor. These are your section leaders, your cell, your responsibility. He was handing me the reins. Brett's legacy, his invisible army, was now mine to command. The scale of it was staggering. I looked at Chloe, then at the other shadowed faces. I had wanted the truth, and I had gotten it. I had wanted to fight the corruption, and I had been given an army. But as I stood there in the dark, accepting the mantle, I felt the last vestiges of my old self slew away. The man who had been betrayed in Belgrade was finally, completely gone. In his place was something else, a creature of the silence between the notes, a general in a war no one else could see. The cultivation was over. The harvest was beginning. The first order of business was a name. An army, even a secret one, needs an identity. We couldn't call ourselves anything, of course, but in my own mind I named us the Echo. We were the consequence, the sound that returned after the lie was told. The warehouse became our nerve center. Chloe became my chief of staff, her analytical mind perfectly suited to mapping the connections of power and vulnerability that we would exploit. The others brought their own skills, a logistics expert who could make anything or anyone disappear, a financial wizard who could move money through shadows, a communications specialist who owned the gaps in the digital world. Our first target as a unified cell was not a person, but a system. A new surveillance bill, the Senator-esque confession, had temporarily stalled. It was being fast-tracked again, a piece of legislation that would legalize the very kind of intrusion we relied on to operate. It had to be stopped. We didn't target the bill's sponsor. He was a front man, a hollow man. We targeted the corporate lobbyist who had literally written the bill, a woman named Alina Petrova who operated out of a K Street firm with no name on the door. Her pressure point wasn't a person. It was her reputation, her cool, untouchable aura of competence. The play was more subtle than the senator's confession. We spent 2 weeks building a mosaic of her life. We didn't plant cameras. We followed the money, the data, the digital exhaust. Chloe found the anomaly, a shell company incredibly well hidden that was paying for a private medical suite in Switzerland. The patient was her brother, a man officially listed as deceased for 5 years. He was in a persistent vegetative state, a secret she had spent a fortune to protect. We didn't threaten him, we didn't need to. I had a package delivered to her office. It contained a single sheet of paper. On it was the name of the Swiss clinic, her brother's alias, and the date of his last exorbitant payment. There was no demand, just a post-it note with a single question mark. The next day she called in sick. The day after that she submitted a blistering, detailed memo to her clients and several key lawmakers, outlining the bill's fatal constitutional flaws and the dangers of its implementation. The bill was pulled from consideration that afternoon, dead on arrival. It was a cleaner, quieter victory. No public scandal, just a strategic retreat forced by an unseen hand. That night in the warehouse, the mood was different. There was no celebratory champagne. There was only the quiet hum of generators and the focused light of monitors. We were not celebrating, we were calibrating. Chloe pulled up a new file on the main screen. "This is the next thread," she said. "The lobbyist was a contractor. The client is the real power, a private military corporation called Aegis Spectrum. They stood to gain billions from the bills passing. They're the ones who need this kind of legal cover." I looked at the Aegis Spectrum logo on the screen, a stylized eagle holding a shield. They were everywhere, training exercises in Eastern Europe, security contracts in unstable regions. They were building a private army while we were building a private resistance. "The game is changing," I said to the room. "We're no longer just pruning the branches, we're digging up the roots." The burner phone, now one of a dozen identical devices in a locked case, remained silent. Our handlers were letting us run, observing our methods. I knew they were there in the shadows, watching. The student was now the master, but I had no illusions. There was always a bigger master, a higher curriculum. The war within the war was endless, and I had just been promoted to a new, more dangerous front. Story 4. The line between the kitchen's warm, buttery light and the cool blue twilight of the backyard was a razor's edge. I stood at the sink, a glass of water in my hand, and watched that line. It was a boundary I had drawn myself, the deck lights I de-installed last summer, a declaration of where my property ended and the world began. Tonight it felt false. The darkness beyond the light seemed to press in, a solid, patient thing, and the light felt like a desperate performance for an empty house. The line blurred not from any fault in the bulbs, but from a sudden, profound uncertainty in me. It was the feeling of a hidden passage, a door left ajar in a house you thought was secure. That was the night the phone rang. The voice on the other end was a flat, professional monotone I knew too well. It was Captain Miller, a man whose usual calls were about calendar conflicts and procedural updates. This was different. His words were careful, stripped of all nuance, yet they assembled into a monstrous shape in the quiet of my kitchen. There had been an incident at the old quarry on the edge of town. A body, Harvey Miller, and my son, my Ahmed, had been there. The drive to the station was a study in the fragmentation of a life. The familiar streets of our quiet community, Crestmere with its proud oaks and manicured lawns, seemed to slide past the car windows like a film strip coming loose from its reel. Each house was a sealed box, a life contained, and I was now the thing that had leaked out. I was Jameson Croft, an assistant prosecutor for the county, a man who built his days on the solid ground of evidence and statute. Now I was navigating by a different, darker map, the father of the suspect. The station house was a bubble of harsh fluorescence and low voices. They had Ahmed in an interview room, not a cell, a small mercy or a strategic one. He sat perfectly still, his hands folded on the metal table. He was 17, all long limbs and a quiet that had always seemed to me to be a deep and thoughtful calm. Now that same quiet looked like a fortress. His clothes were damp, smelling of quarry water and cold earth. There was a fine, dark silt under his fingernails. He said he and Harvey had gone out there to drink a few beers. He said they argued about what he couldn't or wouldn't say. He said Harvey had slipped, he'd fallen, the rocks were slick. By the time Ahmed had scrambled down, it was over. He called 911, his voice a frantic crackle on the recording they played for me. He had waited there in the dark with his dead friend. I stood on one side of the two-way mirror, my former colleagues on the other. Manuel Reyes, the chief prosecutor, my friend for 20 years, was there. He didn't look at me. He looked at my son, his gaze the same calibrated instrument he used to dismantle alibis in court. The empty space in the room was loud with everything unsaid. The space between Ahmed's story and the facts. The space between the boy I thought I knew and the one sitting in that chair. We brought him home. The house, which had felt empty before, was now full of a new and terrible silence. Lisbeth, my wife, was a ghost in her own kitchen. Her face was a pale, crumpled moon. She had already begun the long retreat inward, a place where doubt and fear were weaving a cocoon around her. She looked at Ahmed, then at me, her eyes asking the question that was now the central pillar of our lives. How well can you ever truly know another human being, even when you helped create? The next few days were a slow, public unraveling. The school was a gauntlet of averted eyes and hushed conversations. The community that had welcomed us, that had praised me at town hall meetings and barbecues, now watched us from behind their curtains. We were no longer the Crofts, we were the story. The official report was a collection of fragments that refused to form the picture Ahmed had painted. Harvey had died from blunt force trauma to the head, consistent with a fall. But there were other details. A deep, ragged tear in the shoulder of his jacket, as if he'd been grabbed and pulled with great force. A pattern of bruises on his forearm that the medical examiner described as defensive. And the location of his body, found on a flat, wide shelf of rock 10 feet below the main path, a place difficult to reach by a simple slip. I became an investigator of my own life. I sifted through the evidence of my son's existence. His room, usually a sanctuary of quiet order, became a crime scene I picked over in my mind. A stack of books on his nightstand, the quiet music he listened to on his headphones, the smooth, worn leather of his journal which he never let me read. I looked for a crack, a flaw, a sign of the violence he was accused of. I found only the son I knew, the boy who helped his mother in the garden. The student with the quiet intensity in his history class, the enigma. The district attorney's office, under Manuel's command, decided to prosecute. The charge was manslaughter at a minimum. They argued the altercation was intentional, the fall was not. I was suspended from my duties. The law, my life's architecture, had evicted me. We hired a lawyer, a sharp, expensive shark named Edgerton, whose eyes held no warmth, only the cold gleam of the fight. In his office, surrounded by the leather-bound weight of legal precedent, we were no longer a family. We were a case. Lisbeth sat beside me, her hand a cold, brittle thing in mine. Ahmed answered Edgerton's questions in the same quiet, monosyllabic tones he'd used with the police. Yes, we argued. No, I don't remember why. I didn't push him. Edgerton would pause, let the silence stretch, avoid waiting to be filled with a confession that never came. He looked at me once over his glasses, and I saw the unasked question in his eyes, the same one Lisbeth had, the same one that kept me awake at night, staring at the ceiling, replaying every moment of Ahmed's 17 years, searching for the monster I might have missed. The trial was a brutal public dissection. The courtroom, a place where I had once been an agent of order, became a theater of my family's ruin. Manuel was polished, methodical, a sculptor chipping away at our reality. He presented the facts, the torn jacket, the defensive wounds, the 911 call which his audio expert testified held in its background the sound of a struggle, a sharp cry before the alleged fall. He painted a picture of two boys, a heated fight, and a fatal, deliberate shove. I sat at the defense table not as counsel, but as a spectator to the destruction of my son's future. I watched the jury, their faces a mosaic of judgment and curiosity. I watched Lisbeth in the front row, growing thinner and more translucent with each passing day, as if the burden of our reality was causing her to physically fade. Then Ahmed took the stand. Under Edgerton's guidance, he was the same, calm, quiet, remorseful for the fight, adamant it was an accident. Then Manuel rose for cross-examination. He was not my friend anymore, he was a predator. He circled Ahmed's story, his voice a low, insistent drum. He focused on the argument. What was it about, Ahmed? What could possibly be worth a fight that ended with a young man dead? Ahmed's composure for the first time showed a hairline fracture, a tremor in his hands, a sheen of sweat on his brow. He looked at me, a fleeting, desperate glance, then back at Manuel. It was private, he said. Nothing is private here, son, Manuel said, his voice dripping with a false paternal pity. A life has been taken. The truth is the only thing that matters now. The silence in the courtroom was absolute, a physical weight. I could feel the collective holding of breath. Ahmed looked down at his hands. He seemed to be gathering something from a great depth. When he looked up, his eyes were different, cleared of something, resigned. "It was about you, Dad." The words were not loud, but they hit me with the force of a physical blow. Every eye in the room turned to me. Harvey found some old case files, Ahmed continued, his voice gaining a strange, flat clarity. "In a box in the garage from your first year in the office. He was going to write about it for the school paper. A historical piece, the Grady case." The name meant nothing to the room, but it sent a cold spike of ancient dread through me. A case from a lifetime ago. A messy, politically charged assault case I'd been forced to drop due to a compromised witness. A failure I'd buried. "He was going to write about it," Ahmed said, his gaze locked on mine, full of an accusation I couldn't fully decipher. "He said it showed how the system was broken from the start, that you let a guilty man walk." I told him he was wrong. I told him he didn't understand. He laughed at me. He said you were just a cog in a corrupt machine. We fought. I grabbed his jacket. I just wanted him to shut up, to stop talking about you. He pulled away. His foot slipped, and he was gone. The confession hung in the air. It was a confession, but not to murder. It was a confession of filial loyalty twisted into a tragedy. He had fought for my honor, for the shattered idol of his father, and a boy had died for it. The courtroom erupted. The judge called for order. Edgerton was on his feet, objecting. Manuel looked stunned, his carefully constructed narrative blown apart by a truth he had never anticipated. I could only look at my son. I saw the boy who had always watched me with those serious, dark eyes, who had believed in the infallibility of his father, the man of law. I saw the crushing weight of his discovery that I was flawed, that the world was not the orderly place I had promised him. He had tried to defend a ghost, a version of me that had never existed, and in doing so, he had destroyed himself. The case collapsed. The manslaughter charge was reduced to negligent homicide. There would be no prison, but there would be probation, community service, a permanent scar on his record, a life forever altered. We never really spoke of it again. The truth, once uncovered, became just another secret we kept, heavier than the lie. Lisbeth never emerged from her retreat. She moved through the house like a phantom, the connection between us severed by the unspoken knowledge of what my past, my failures, had wrought upon our son. Months later, the case was a closed file. The community had moved on to other scandals. I was reinstated to my job, but the passion for it was gone. The law was no longer a noble pursuit. It was a brittle shell, and I had seen the hollow chaos inside. One evening, I went into Ahmed's room. He was out, fulfilling his community service at the library. The room was neat, sterile. He had packed away most of his childhood things. On his desk, next to his laptop, was a single, framed photograph. It was of the two of us taken years ago fishing at the lake. We were both smiling, squinting in the sun. A perfect, uncomplicated moment. I picked it up. The glass was cool against my fingers. I stared at our frozen, happy faces, and then my eyes drifted to the background, to the deep, dark green of the woods behind us. And I saw it, not in the picture, but in my mind. A single, enigmatic clue that had been there all along, waiting for me to understand its meaning. It was the loyalty, the terrible, destructive, absolute loyalty of a son for a father he believed to be good. It was a force I had never calculated for, a variable outside of all my legal and logical frameworks. It was the one thing I had truly failed to see. I had spent a lifetime looking for monsters in the dark, never realizing that the most devastating truths are born from the purest of loves, twisted by circumstance into a weapon. I stood there for a long time, holding the picture, the silence of the house pressing in on me, grappling with the chilling, final truth of it all. The photograph began to feel heavy in my hands, a weight not of glass and wood, but of implication, that loyalty. It was the key, but it did not unlock the door I thought it would. It opened a darker one hidden behind it. Ahmed's story in the courtroom had been a shield. He had confessed to a fight born of defending my honor, a narrative the world could understand and even pity. A tragic accident fueled by a son's love. But the boy on the stand, the one with the cleared eyes, had been hiding a deeper truth. He hadn't just been defending an idealized version of me. He had been protecting a real one. The Grady case, I had told myself it was a failure, a young prosecutor's mistake, but it was more than that. The witness hadn't he just been compromised, I had compromised him. I had cut a corner, pressured a shaky alibi because the political pressure to secure a conviction was immense. The man was guilty, I was sure of it, but my methods had been flexible. When it all fell apart, I buried it. I had told myself it was a lesson learned, a stepping stone to becoming the upright man I was today. But Ahmed had found the bones of it, and Harvey had found them with him. I walked out of his room and down the hall to my own. I opened the closet and pushed past my suits to the back where an old, dusty file box was stored. I hadn't opened it in 15 years. My hands were steady as I lifted the lid. The air that escaped was dry and carried the faint scent of old paper and forgotten decisions. There, beneath a stack of old performance reviews, was the Grady file. I lifted it out. It was thinner than I remembered. I sat on the edge of the bed and opened it. The familiar documents were there, the police report, the witness statements. And then paperclipped to the back of the original complaint was a single handwritten note. It was from Manuel Reyes. It was not dated, but I knew it was from the week the case was dropped. It read, "Jameson, we'll speak of this no more. A misstep. We move on. Your discretion is appreciated. M." My discretion. The words were a bland euphemism for my silence, my complicity. He had known, not all of it, but enough. He had protected me then, not out of friendship, but because my exposure would have tarnished the entire office. He had protected me, and in doing so, he had helped me build the pristine reputation that Ahmed had felt compelled to defend with such violent desperation. The phone call, the professional monotone, Manuel on the other end telling me about the body at the quarry. He had known from the very first moment. He had known that the ghost of the Grady case was in that quarry with Harvey Miller. His pursuit of Ahmed wasn't just about justice for a dead boy. It was about making sure the past stayed buried. He was not trying to convict my son. He was trying to silence him. I looked at the note in my hand, the proof of a pact made years ago. Ahmed's loyalty had been a terrible, misguided force, but mine and Manuel's was colder. It was the loyalty of men protecting their own power, their own constructed lives. We were the cogs in the machine, and we had crushed my son between us. I did not destroy the note. I placed it back in the file and the file back in the box. I returned the box to the closet. There was no rage, no frantic need for confrontation. There was only a vast, desolate understanding. The line between the light and the dark was not just blurred, it was a lie I had drawn myself. I had been standing on the dark side all along, simply refusing to see it. And my son, in his fierce, broken love, had been the one to pay the price. The house was silent. Lisbeth was gone, having left a note on the kitchen table weeks ago about needing space. Ahmed was at the library, sorting books for his sentence, and I was alone, finally seeing the crime scene for what it was. It wasn't the quarry. It was this life I had built, and the first casualty had been my own son's future. The silence in the house was no longer an absence of sound, but a presence, a dense fog of unspoken truths that filled every room. I stood in the center of the living room, a man marooned in the life he had built. The revelation did not grant me power. It only anchored me more deeply to the floor, a prisoner of my own history. When Ahmed came home, the front door clicking shut behind him, the sound was like a gunshot in the stillness. He walked past me, his shoulders slumped with a weariness that belonged to a much older man. He did not look at me. "How was the library?" I asked. The question was absurd, a pathetic scrap of normalcy tossed into the void between us. "Fine," he said, his voice flat. He started up the stairs. "Ahmed." He stopped, his back to me, one hand on the banister. He did not turn around. "I know," I said. The two words were inadequate, a pebble dropped into a canyon. "About the Grady case. I know what you really found." He was silent for a long moment, his posture rigid. "It doesn't matter," he finally said. "It matters to me." Now he turned. The look on his face was not the anger I expected, nor the betrayal. It was a profound, chilling disappointment. Why? So you can feel guilty, so you can apologize. I don't want your apology, Dad. I just wanted you to be the man I thought you were. He continued up the stairs, and a moment later I heard his bedroom door close. The sound was final. I had lost him long before this moment, but now the loss was formalized, etched in stone. The next day I went to the office. My colleagues greeted me with careful, professional nods. My desk was exactly as I had left it, yet it felt like an artifact from a dead civilization. Manuel's door was open. He saw me pass and gave a small, tight smile. There was no triumph in it, only a shared, grim understanding. We were bound together by our secret, two gravediggers standing over the same shallow grave. I worked through the day, processing the dry paperwork of other people's tragedies. Every legal precedent, every line of statute felt like a line from a script I was no longer invested in. The law was a game, and I had seen the hands moving the pieces behind the curtain. That evening I did not go straight home. I drove to the old quarry. The police tape was long gone, the scene reclaimed by the indifferent elements. I stood on the edge, looking down at the dark, placid water far below. The wind whispered through the pines, a lonely sound. I tried to picture it. The two boys, the argument, Harvey armed with the truth about a corrupt prosecutor taunting the son. Ahmed, his world cracking, seeing not just a friend, but the very foundation of his life being mocked. The grab. The pull, the slip. But I saw it differently now. I saw Ahmed not just defending an idol, but confronting the very real, very ugly knowledge that his father was a fraud. The fight was not just about loyalty. It was about the shattering of a world. And in that violent, chaotic moment, the son had enacted the justice the father had failed to deliver all those years ago. He had silenced the truth, and in doing so, he had become my final, most damning piece of evidence. I drove home in the deepening twilight. The house was dark. Ahmed's car was gone. I did not know where he was, and I understood I no longer had the right to ask. I walked through the empty rooms, my footsteps echoing. I went to the kitchen and saw the note from Lisbeth was still there, held in place by a salt shaker. I had read it a dozen times, but now I truly saw it. I need space to breathe, Jameson. I can't breathe in this house. I could not breathe either. The air was thick with the dust of our collapsed lives. I was a prosecutor who had subverted justice, a father who had broken his son, a husband who had suffocated his wife. The law had failed. My family had failed. I had failed. I sat at the kitchen table in the same chair I had occupied for 20 years, and I put my head in my hands. There were no tears. There was only the vast, empty silence and the certain knowledge that the verdict was in and I was guilty. The sentence was this life, this house, this silence. It was a punishment I had designed for myself, long before the first stone was ever thrown at the quarry. The silence was broken by the sound of a key in the lock. I did not lift my head. I heard the door open and close, and then the soft tread of Ahmed's footsteps in the hallway. They paused at the kitchen entrance. I could feel him standing there watching me. I finally looked up. He was holding a small, worn notebook. He placed it on the table between us, sliding it across the wood like a piece of evidence. "I found this in Harvey's locker," he said. His voice was quiet, but it was no longer flat. It was raw. They gave his things back to his parents, but his mother thought I should have it. She thought it might help me remember the good times. I stared at the notebook, a cold dread seeping into my bones. "I read it," Ahmed said. He was going to write the article, but it wasn't just about the Grady case. He was going to write about you, about how you gave a speech at our school about integrity. He thought it was the most hypocritical thing he'd ever heard. He wrote down questions he wanted to ask you. He was going to confront you, not just write about some old case. He tapped the cover of the notebook with a single finger. That day at the quarry, he wasn't taunting me. He was telling me his plan. He was going to ruin you. He said he had proof of more than just the Grady case. He said he had names, dates. He was so excited. He thought he was going to be a hero. Ahmed's eyes met mine, and for the first time since the arrest, I saw the ghost of the boy he had been, trapped behind the pain. "I didn't push him because he was insulting you. I grabbed him because I was trying to get the notebook. I was trying to stop him. He pulled away. He was stronger than me, and he was laughing. He held it over the edge of the quarry, waving it. He said it was his ticket out of this town, and then his foot slipped. The notebook went first, and then he did. The final piece of the truth settled into place. It wasn't just a fight over a buried past. It was a struggle over a future Harvey was about to unleash. My son hadn't been defending a ghost. He had been trying to stop a living, breathing threat. He had been trying to protect the fragile reality I had built, a reality that was, in fact, a lie. "You were right," Ahmed whispered, his voice breaking. "I was protecting you, but not the man I thought you were. I was protecting the man I knew you were, the one who cut corners, the one who buried files. I knew if Harvey published that story, it would all be over. For you, for Mom, for all of us." He left the notebook on the table and walked away, leaving me alone with the ultimate damning truth. My son's tragedy was not an accident born of blind loyalty. It was a calculated, if desperate, act of preservation. He had looked at the corrupt foundation of our life and chosen in that split second to hold it together by any means necessary. He had learned his final, most terrible lesson from me, that some truths are too dangerous to be set free. And in learning it, he had sacrificed everything. I reached out and touched the cover of the notebook. It was cheap, imitation leather, worn soft at the corners. I did not open it. I did not need to. The truth was no longer inside its pages. It was in the room with us, a third presence at the table. I had spent my career building cases on evidence, on a chain of facts that led to an inescapable conclusion. Now the chain was complete, and it led here to this kitchen, to this moment. My son was not a killer, but he was an accomplice. He had tried to suppress the truth to protect a lie, and a boy had died. He had learned that from me. I had taught him that the structure of our lives was more important than the foundation, that the appearance of justice was more vital than justice itself. I stood and walked to the sink. I looked out the window into the dark backyard. My own reflection stared back at me, a pale, haunted face superimposed over the night. I had wanted to believe Ahmed's act was one of passion, a momentary loss of control fueled by a son's love, but this was colder. This was a choice. He had seen the cliff's edge, not just of the quarry, but of our family's ruin, and he had tried to pull back from it. The next morning I dressed for work. The ritual felt alien, like wearing a costume for a play that had long since closed. I drove to the courthouse, but I did not go to my office. I went to the clerk's office and filed the necessary paperwork, a leave of absence, indefinite. Then I went to see Manuel. I did not knock. I opened his door and stood in the frame. He was on the phone, but he hung up quickly when he saw my face. "Jameson, what is it?" "It's over, Manuel," I said. My voice was calm, devoid of the anger I thought I would feel. "I know you knew. I know you were protecting the office. But you were also protecting me, and that ends now." He leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable. "I don't know what you were talking about." "The Grady case, the note, the way you pursued my son, not for justice, but for damage control. I took a step into the room. I am taking a leave, and when I come back, I will be in the witness box, not the prosecutor's table. I will testify to every corner I cut, every file I buried. I will tell them about your note." His composure cracked, a flicker of fear in his eyes. "You'll destroy your career, your family's name." "It's already destroyed," I said. "This is just the demolition." I turned and left him there. The walk through the courthouse felt longer than any before. I was a ghost walking among the living, a man voluntarily stepping off the edge of his own life. When I returned home, Ahmed was in the kitchen. He had made coffee. He looked at me, and for the first time I saw a question in his eyes, not an accusation. "I am done," I told him. "I've left the job." He absorbed this, his gaze dropping to the floor. "Because of me." "No," I said, "because of me. I have to tear it all down, Ahmed, the whole rotten structure. It's the only way to find out if there's anything solid left underneath." He was silent for a long time. Then he nodded, a single, slow dip of his head. It wasn't forgiveness. It wasn't understanding. It was an acknowledgement, a beginning. The road ahead would be long and painful. There would be investigations, hearings, public shame. But as I stood there with my son in the ruins of the life I had built, I felt a strange, quiet sense of peace. The lying was over. The pretending was done. We were finally terribly free to start from the beginning. I called Lisbeth. The phone rang 7 times before she answered. Her hello was cautious, a single word holding a universe of distance. "It's me," I said. The line hummed with silence. "I need you to come home, not for me, for Ahmed, and because you have a right to hear this from me." She came home that evening. She did not take off her coat. She stood in the living room, her arms crossed, a stranger in her own house. Ahmed sat at the kitchen table, listening. I told them everything. I started with the Grady case, the pressure I felt, the line I crossed. I told them about Manuel's note, the unspoken pact. I told them about Harvey's notebook and the terrible, clarifying truth of what happened at the quarry. I did not offer excuses. I presented the facts as I would in a courtroom, only this time I was the defendant. When I finished, the house was silent again, but this silence was different. It was not the silence of things left unsaid, but of things finally, painfully released into the open. Lisbeth looked at me, and her eyes were not angry. They were full of a deep, weary grief. "All these years," she whispered, "I thought the stress was just the job. I never knew the man I was trying to support was at war with himself." "I'm sorry," I said. The words were still inadequate, but they were all I had. She did not reply. She walked over to Ahmed and placed a hand on his shoulder. He reached up and covered it with his own. It was a small gesture, but it was a start, a reconnection. The following weeks were a dismantling. Reporters gathered on our lawn. Old colleagues stopped returning my calls. The Bar Association opened an inquiry. Through it all, I did not hide. I met with the investigators and gave them the Grady file and Manuel's note. I admitted to my failures, my ethical breaches. I did not implicate others beyond the facts, but I did not shield anyone, especially not myself. One afternoon, I found Ahmed in the backyard, staring at the barren flower beds his mother had once tended. "I keep thinking about that notebook," he said without looking at me. "Falling, and then Harvey falling after it. It plays over and over." "I know," I said. "Did I do the right thing, telling you, letting you do all this?" He gestured vaguely toward the house, the world beyond. "There is no right thing, Ahmed," I said. "There's only the true thing. We were living a lie. Now we're not. It's harder, but it's clean." He nodded slowly. "It feels like we're standing in an empty lot after a fire." "That's what we are," I said, "and now we decide what to build." The door opened behind us and Lisbeth stepped out. She held 2 mugs of tea. She handed one to me and one to Ahmed. She did not go back inside. She stayed, standing with us in the cool, clean air of the ruined garden, and together we looked at the empty space, waiting for a new foundation to take shape. The first thing we built was a new kind of silence, one that was not about hiding, but about listening. We learned to hear the spaces between each other's words, the unspoken hurts and the fragile hopes. Lisbeth moved back into the house, but not into our old bedroom. She took the guest room, and we began the slow, awkward dance of learning who we were without the lies that had bound us together for so long. I met with the Bar Association's panel a second time. They were stern, dispassionate men and women, their faces etched with the gravity of my transgressions. I answered their questions without evasion, my voice steady. I was a man confessing to a crime he had already convicted himself of. When it was over, the head of the panel, a woman with sharp, intelligent eyes, told me the decision would be mailed. I knew what it would be. Disbarment was not just a possibility, it was the only just outcome. On the way home, I stopped at the grocery store. It was a mundane act, but it felt profound. I was just a man buying milk and bread. No one looked at me with recognition or contempt. I was anonymous, stripped of my title, my authority, my constructed identity. It was terrifying and, in a strange way, liberating. Ahmed's community service ended. He did not go back to college that semester. Instead, he got a job at the library for real, shelving books in the quiet, orderly aisles. He said he liked the predictability, the way every book had a place. One evening, he came home with a biography of a woodworker. He spent the weekend in the garage, digging out my old rusted tools. The screech of saws and the rhythmic tap of a hammer became the new sounds of our house. He was not building anything in particular, just learning the feel of the wood, the way a planer could smooth a rough edge. I started watching him, not with the anxious, critical eye of a father measuring his son's future, but with simple curiosity. I saw the concentration on his face, the way he would step back and assess a joint. He was creating order from chaos, one piece of lumber at a time. Lisbeth saw me watching him from the kitchen window. She came and stood beside me. "He gets that from you," she said quietly, "the need to put things in order." "I put things in the wrong order," I replied. "Maybe," she said, "but the instinct is the same." She did not touch me, but her shoulder was close to mine, a shared warmth at the window. It was not forgiveness, not yet. It was a truce, a mutual acknowledgement that the war within our walls was over. The official letter came on a Tuesday. My disbarment was final. I read the formal language, the list of my ethical violations, and felt a final piece of the old structure fall away. There was no rage, no self-pity. There was only the quiet click of a door closing. That night I went out to the garage. Ahmed was sanding a small piece of oak, his movements slow and deliberate. Sawdust hung in the air, catching the light of the single bare bulb. "I was thinking," I said, my voice rough in the quiet space. "This garage, it has a good size. With a proper workbench, better lighting." I trailed off, unsure how to finish the thought. Ahmed looked up, his eyes searching mine. He saw the letter in my hand. He saw the resignation on my face, but also the faint, new light of something else. "What would you build?" he asked. I looked around the cluttered space, at the potential in the raw wood and the unused tools. "I don't know," I said honestly, "but I do like to learn." He held my gaze for a long moment, then gave a slow, single nod. He picked up a tape measure and held it out to me. "Then we'll start with the bench," he said. "It needs to be level. Everything depends on that." I took the cool, heavy metal of the tape measure in my hand. It felt like a beginning. We were no longer a prosecutor and a suspect, a liar and his victim. We were just a father and a son in a dusty garage, preparing to build something new, starting with a level foundation. The first cut into the 2x4 was hesitant, my hand unsure. The saw blade caught and bucked. Ahmed watched, not offering to take over, just observing. "Let the tool do the work," he said, his voice calm. "You're forcing it." I took a breath, relaxed my grip, and tried again. This time the saw slid through the wood with a clean, satisfying rasp. The scent of fresh-cut pine filled the air, a smell of newness, of possibility. We worked for an hour, measuring and cutting the frame for the workbench. We didn't talk much. Our communication was in the passing of a clamp, the shared study of the level's bubble. It was the most honest conversation we'd had in years. My mind, usually racing with arguments and counter-arguments, was quiet, focused only on the line I had drawn in pencil and the teeth of the saw. Lisbeth brought us glasses of water. She stood for a moment, her eyes taking in the progress, the sawdust on our clothes, the quiet collaboration. "Dinner's in an hour," she said, and her tone was not that of a warden announcing a schedule, but of a participant in a shared life. Later, after we had washed up and eaten a simple meal together, I went to the living room. The silence there was no longer accusatory. It was simply quiet. I picked up a book, a novel I had bought years ago and never opened. I read the first page, then the second. The words held no hidden meanings, no subtext relating to my own ruin. They were just a story. Ahmed came in and sat in the chair opposite me. He didn't pick up his phone. He just sat, looking at the empty fireplace. "The library is having a book sale on Saturday," he said after a while. "They're getting rid of old craft and hobby books. I thought I might look for some on furniture making." "I'd like that," I said. "I could go with you." He nodded, okay. It was a small agreement, a plan for a future that was only 2 days away. It felt monumental. The next morning I woke early. The house was still. I made coffee and stood by the kitchen window, watching the sun light the edges of the yard. I saw not a neglected space, but a blank canvas. I saw where a patio could go, where a small tree might be planted. The crushing weight of my guilt was still there, a stone in my chest, but it was no longer the only thing I could feel. There was also the memory of the saw's clean cut, the smell of pine, the sound of my son's voice saying, okay. I was a disbarred lawyer. I was a man who had failed his family. But in the quiet of that morning, I was also just a man with a cup of coffee, looking at his backyard and thinking about what might grow there. The past was a settled case. The future was an open workshop, and for the first time in a very long time, I was not afraid to pick up the tools and begin. The book sale was held in the library's basement, a cavernous room that smelled of old paper and floor wax. We moved slowly through the crowded tables, our progress measured and quiet. Ahmed seemed to know where he was going. He led me to a corner stacked with books on woodworking and home repair. He pulled out a thick volume on Shaker furniture, its cover faded to a soft blue. "This one's good," he said, handing it to me. They believed their work was a prayer. I held the book, feeling the weight of it in my hands. The idea felt foreign and deeply appealing. My work had never been a prayer. It had been a weapon, a shield, a bargaining chip. We bought a few books and stepped out into the Saturday morning sun. The normalcy of it all, of people carrying bags and drinking coffee, was still a novelty. We were almost to the car when a voice called my name. "Oh, Jameson." I turned. It was Markham, a defense attorney I'd faced a dozen times. He looked older, his suit a little rumpled. He glanced from me to Ahmed, then back, his expression unreadable. "I heard," he said simply. I nodded, bracing for a cutting remark, a look of pity. He surprised me. "The Grady retrial starts next month. The new prosecutor is green, could use some contextual advice, off the record, of course." He paused, letting the offer hang in the air. "No one knows that case like you did." It wasn't an accusation, it was a request. He was not asking for the man I had been, but for the knowledge I possessed. It was a piece of my old life, but presented in a new way. A tool, not a title. "I'll think about it," I said. Markham nodded, a quick professional dip of his head, and walked on. In the car, Ahmed was quiet for a few blocks. Then he said, "Are you going to?" "I don't know," I said, and it was the truth. "It feels like looking backward. Or it's using what you know to actually fix something this time," he said, staring out the window, "instead of just burying it." We pulled into the driveway. The garage door was open, and our unfinished workbench stood in the center of the space, waiting. I looked at the raw wood, the stack of books on the seat between us, and thought of Markham's offer. They were not opposing forces. They were just different kinds of materials. The past was not a foundation, but it could be lumber. You could take the warped, flawed pieces and with patience and the right tools, mill them into something straight and useful. You could build something new from the wreckage of the old, and it could be strong, not because the past was forgotten, but because it had been honestly worked with, its knots and grains integrated into the whole. We unloaded the books onto the sawhorses we were using as a temporary table. The Shaker book fell open to a page showing a simple, elegant table. The caption read, "Let it be plain and simple, let it be useful, and let it be true." I ran my hand over the photograph. "Useful and true," I repeated quietly. Ahmed was looking at me. "You should call Markham back." "Maybe," I said, but the resistance I had felt earlier was gone. The workbench, the books, the quiet morning they had grounded me. Helping with the Grady case wouldn't be a return to my old life. It would be an act of repair, a way to use the wreckage of my career to ensure a man received the justice I had once denied him. I picked up my tape measure and went to the far wall of the garage. I pressed the metal tab against the concrete and unspooled the tape, the yellow ribbon stretching into the dimness. "If we move everything against this wall," I said, thinking aloud, We could fit a proper bench here, with room for a lathe over there eventually. Ahmed came and stood beside me, squinting at the measurement. That's a lot of space. It's a lot of work, I agreed. We spent the rest of the afternoon clearing the garage, sorting through years of accumulated junk, old case files I had brought home and never looked at, broken tools, boxes of forgotten things. We made 3 piles: keep, donate, and trash. The trash pile was the largest. It felt good, this physical purging. With every load we carried to the curb, the space inside the garage and inside me felt a little lighter. That evening, after a shower, I found Lisbeth in the kitchen. She was looking at the Shaker book, her finger tracing the lines of a rocking chair. "This is beautiful," she said. "We have the space for a workshop now," I told her, "and the time." She looked up from the book, her gaze direct. "And Markham, did he offer you a job?" "Not a job, a consultation on the Grady case." I waited for her to recoil, to tell me it was a mistake to wade back into those waters. Instead, she closed the book gently. "Good," she said. "That case needs to be finished properly. You're the only one who can do that." Her faith was a quiet, solid thing, a new piece of the foundation we were building. I went to the phone and dialed Markham's number. When he answered, I didn't offer a greeting. I simply said, "Tell me what you need." As I listened to him outline the weaknesses in the new prosecutor's strategy, I looked through the kitchen window into the garage. Ahmed was sweeping the newly cleared concrete floor, preparing the ground for what was to come. The past was not a chain. It was a reference, a set of blueprints from which we were learning what not to do and what was worth preserving. The future was a clean floor, waiting for us to build something useful and something true. The call with Markham lasted 20 minutes. I did not give him strategy. I gave him context, the unrecorded pressures, the whispered alliances in the courthouse halls that had shaped the original trial. I spoke of Grady's alibi witness, a man named Evans, whom the first defense had barely questioned. I told Markham where to look for the inconsistencies I had been encouraged to overlook. It was not testimony. It was a map to the graves I had helped dig. When I hung up, the kitchen was dark except for the light over the stove. Lisbeth had gone to bed. I stood for a long time, the receiver still in my hand. I had not felt the old thrill of building a case. I had felt a grim, surgical necessity, like cleaning a wound. The next day, Ahmed and I bought lumber for the workbench. We chose sturdy, unglamorous Douglas fir. At the hardware store, the clerk recognized me. His eyes flickered with a familiar judgment before he looked down at our list. "Big project?" he asked, his tone neutral. "The biggest," Ahmed answered for me, his voice firm. The clerk simply nodded and began gathering the items. We built the bench over 3 days. The process was slow, filled with small errors and corrections. My hands, accustomed to gripping a pen or a gavel, grew raw. A blister rose on my palm. I showed it to Ahmed and he gave me a pair of his work gloves. They were too big, but I wore them. The bench took shape not as a perfect piece of furniture, but as a solid, steadfast thing. We bolted it to the wall studs, and when we were done, it did not wobble. We placed our hands on its smooth, unfinished surface and felt its absolute stability. A week later, a plain envelope arrived from Markham. Inside was a check and a note on a single sheet of paper. Evans's testimony was thrown out. The prosecution is offering a deal. Grady will be out by Christmas. Thank you. I showed the note to Lisbeth. She read it, her face impassive. Then she folded it and handed it back. "That's one," she said. It was not a celebration. It was an acknowledgement. A single stone had been lifted from the pile. There were countless others, but we had proven we could lift them. That night I found myself standing in the doorway of the guest room. The door was open. Lisbeth was reading in bed. She looked up. "I was thinking," I said, my voice rough. "The foundation, it feels level." She watched me, her book resting in her lap. She did not smile, but her eyes were soft. "It's a start," she said. I did not ask to come in. I did not need to, not yet. The open door was enough. I turned and walked down the hall, not toward an ending, but into the quiet, ongoing work of a life being rebuilt, one true thing at a time. The first project we undertook on the new bench was a small box for Lisbeth. Ahmed found a plan in one of the library books, a design with dovetail joints. It was ambitious, a test of our patience and our newfound precision. We worked on it in the evenings, the radio playing softly in the background. We learned to chisel the delicate pins and tails, our movements becoming a quiet, synchronized ritual. The box was not perfect. One of my corners was slightly gapped, and Ahmed's dovetails were tighter than mine, but it was solid. It held together. I sanded the final piece until it was smooth as skin. Ahmed applied the finish, a simple oil that brought out the deep grain of the cherry wood. We presented it to Lisbeth one night after dinner. She took it in her hands, turning it over and over, her fingers tracing the joints, the silky surface. She didn't say anything for a long moment. Then she looked up, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "It's the most beautiful thing I've ever owned," she whispered. She placed it on the mantel, the one empty spot in the living room that had seemed to be waiting for something just like it. The following month, a letter arrived from the state bar. It was not about my disbarment, that was a settled matter. It was an invitation to lead a seminar on prosecutorial ethics for law students. The irony was so thick it was almost palpable. I read the letter aloud to Lisbeth and Ahmed at the kitchen table. Ahmed snorted, "You should do it." "Tell them everything," Lisbeth added, her voice quiet but firm. "Not as a confession, but as a cautionary tale. Make it useful." So I did. I stood in a lecture hall before rows of bright, ambitious faces and told them about the Grady case. I did not soften the details or hide behind legal jargon. I laid out the path I had taken, step by step, from small compromises to a catastrophic failure of justice. I saw the shock in some of their eyes, the dawning understanding in others. A young woman in the front row asked, "But how do you know when you're starting to cross the line?" I looked at her, at all of them, and gave the only honest answer I had. "You don't," I said. "The line isn't a wall you hit, it's a slope. You focus so hard on the win, on the puzzle of it all, that you don't feel yourself slipping until it's too late. The only compass is your own conscience, and you have to listen to it, even when every other sound in the system is telling you to ignore it." Afterward, a few students lingered to ask more questions. One of them, a man with a serious expression, shook my hand. "Thank you," he said. "They never teach us about the weight, they only teach us the law." I walked back to my car under a vast, indifferent sky. I was not a lawyer anymore. I was not a teacher. I was a man who had built a box and given a talk. The scale of my redemption was small, almost microscopic compared to the scale of my failure. But as I drove home, to the house with the light on in the garage and the small cherrywood box on the mantel, it felt like enough. It felt like a start. Story 5. The memory surfaced not as a memory should, in a warm, nostalgic wave, but as a shard of ice in the blood. I was 10 years old, dust motes dancing in the slanted afternoon light of my father's bookshop, the smell of old paper and binding glue a familiar comfort. And then it was there, unbidden, a perfect, crystalline image. A man's hand, pale and long-fingered, placing a book with a deep blue cover onto a high shelf, a shelf I had never been able to reach. The hand withdrew, and a single drop of dark red fell onto the spine, blooming like a tiny, terrible flower before it was hastily smeared away. I had no name for the man, no context for the act. It was just a fragment, a piece of a story I had never been told, lodged in my mind like a splinter. For years I tried to dismiss it as a daydream, the morbid fantasy of a book-obsessed child. But the chill it left was real, a permanent winter in the back of my thoughts. That was Barcelona in 1959. The war was over, but the city was a body still healing from a fever, its scars hidden beneath new paint and the forced gaiety of those who had won, or at least survived. My father, Jason, was one of the survivors. His bookshop, El Rincón Olvidado, the forgotten corner, was a sanctuary of quiet order amidst the chaotic noise of the Ramblas. He was a man of gentle silences. His affection shone in the way he would smooth the crumpled page of a second-hand novel or in the warm weight of his hand on my shoulder as I read. He never spoke of the war. The past was a locked room, and he had thrown away the key. It was in the summer of my 16th year that I found it. The memory of the bloodied book had faded to a dull throb, but it had made me curious, obsessive. I began to explore the highest, most neglected corners of the shop, the geography of dust and shadows. Behind a stack of mildewed agricultural almanacs in a cavity formed by a broken slat in the shelving, my fingers brushed against cool, slick cloth. I pulled it out. It was a book bound not in paper or leather, but in what felt like blue silk, faded and thin in places. There was no title on the cover, no authoress name. The spine was bare except for a faint, rust-colored stain. I opened it. The pages were thick, handmade, the text typed with a forceful hand that had left deep impressions in the paper. The novel was called The City of Mirrors. It began not with a character, but with a place, a description of a Barcelona alleyway so precise I felt I could smell the damp stone and hear the echo of my own footsteps. It was the story of a man, a map maker, who discovers that the city he is charting is not the real one, but a double, a reflection built over a labyrinth of forgotten tunnels and buried secrets. As he falls in love with a woman who may only be a projection of his own longing, he is pursued by a faceless official who wants his maps destroyed, who wants the second city to remain forever hidden. I read it in a single, breathless night, the prose washing over me like a dark, intoxicating tide. It was hypnotic, poetic, and deeply unsettling. It felt less like a story I was reading and more like a truth I was remembering. The final page was blank except for a handwritten inscription in faded ink, for B, who is my only map, all my love, C. I took the book to my father the next morning. The change in him was instantaneous and profound. The color drained from his face, his usual calm dissolving into something raw and panicked. He snatched the book from my hands as if it were on fire. "Where did you get this, Charles?" His voice was a harsh whisper. I told him about the hidden alcove. He closed his eyes, looking older and more tired than I had ever seen him. "This book does not exist," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. "You did not find it. You did not read it. Do you understand?" But I couldn't understand. The story had already taken root in me. His reaction was the lock, and my curiosity became the key. I began to ask quiet questions. I mentioned the authoress initial, C, to our customers, the elderly professors and literary eccentrics who were our most loyal patrons. Most shook their heads, their eyes suddenly cautious. But one, an old anarchist poet who smelled of cheap wine and regret, just chuckled wetly. "Carson," he whispered, leaning close so I could smell the sourness on his breath. "Julian Carson. He was a comet, brilliant, then he vanished, just before the war, poof, like a character in one of his own damned books." Julian Carson, the name was a spark in the dark. My search had its shape now. I enlisted my friend Jax, whose family owned a print shop down by the docks. Jax was all sharp angles and sharper wit, a loyal skeptic who saw my obsession as the grandest of adventures. He had access to old newspaper archives, to the whispers of the port, to a Barcelona that existed outside my father-esque quiet, fearful world. "A vanished writer," Jax said, his grin wide. "That not a mystery, Charlie. That's just a good career move in this city." Together we pieced together a ghost of a life. Julian Carson had been a rising star, a writer of strange, metaphysical novels that critics called un-Spanish. He was brilliant, charismatic, and in love with a beautiful young actress named Brianna Valls. Their romance was the stuff of literary legend, a perfect, fiery union. And then in the autumn of 1936, as the city began to tear itself apart, he disappeared. There was no body, no note. He was simply gone. Brianna, heartbroken, retired from the stage and lived as a recluse. The official story was that he had fled the war or been killed by one side or the other. But his books, Jax discovered, had been systematically purged from libraries and bookshops after the war. It was as if someone had tried to erase him. The trail led us to a crumbling modernist mansion in the Gracia district, home to Brianna Valls. Getting an audience was like trying to petition a ghost. Weeks of notes left with a silent housekeeper yielded nothing. Finally, I went alone, late one afternoon, the sky the color of bruised lilac. I didn't ring the bell. I simply stood at the iron gate, holding the blue book in my hands. She must have been watching from a window. The front door opened and she stood there, silhouetted against the dim light of the hall. Even from a distance, and even after all these years, her beauty was a physical blow, a tragic elegance that time had refined rather than diminished. She gestured for me to enter. The house was a museum of stillness, filled with the scent of beeswax and dried roses. She led me to a sitting room, her movements graceful and silent. She did not look at me, but at the book in my hand. "So it found its way out," she said, her voice a low, melodic whisper. "I always knew it would." She told me everything. The story she wove was more intricate and heartbreaking than any novel. Julian had not vanished. He had been hidden. He had written The City of Mirrors as a coded indictment of the rising fascist powers, a map of their secret networks and hidden ambitions. The man hunting his mapmaker in the story was real. His name was John P. McCullough, an American businessman and fascist sympathizer who had embedded himself in Barcelona's high society, a man of immense wealth and zero conscience. When McCullough discovered the novel's true purpose, he issued a death sentence. My father, Jason, who had been Carson's publisher and closest friend, helped him fake his death and hide him in a safe house, a forgotten apartment in the Ravel district. "Your father was a brave man," Brianna said, her eyes finally meeting mine. They were the color of twilight. He saved Julian's life, but the cost was that Julian had to cease to exist, for me, for everyone. "Where is he now?" I asked, my heart hammering against my ribs. Her face crumpled, the elegant mask dissolving into pure grief. "He died 2 years ago, a fever. He lived and died in that one room, Charles. I could only visit him in secret, in the dark. He was my ghost." She gave me the address, a key heavy with rust. "McCullough is still here," she warned, her hand cold on mine. "He never stopped looking. He knows Julian is gone, but he wants the book. He wants every trace of it destroyed. He is a man who cannot abide a loose end." The apartment was a time capsule, a tomb of arrested time. Dust lay thick on everything, and the air was stale and cold. Pages of manuscript were stacked on a small desk, the same forceful typing I recognized from the book. There were sketches of Brianna, maps of the city that mirrored the ones in the novel. It was a life of the mind, lived in a cage. I felt a profound, aching sadness for this man I had never known, whose words had led me here. I found the journal, tucked inside a hollowed-out copy of Don Quixote. The entries were sporadic, desperate. They spoke of love for Brianna, of gratitude to my father, of the suffocating weight of his invisibility. And they spoke of his fear, not just of McCullough, but of a betrayal. In the last entry, dated just a week before his recorded death, he had written, "Jay came today. He is nervous. Says McCullough's men are getting closer, asking new questions." He looked at me with a strange pity. "I fear the walls are no longer just outside this room. They are closing in. I think Jason has made a terrible bargain to protect his son. I have become the price." I read the words again and again, the ice from that childhood memory now freezing my veins. Jason, my father, the man who had saved Julian Carson, the man who perhaps had ultimately sacrificed him to protect me. The world tilted, its foundations turning to sand. The kind, gentle man who had raised me was also the man who had, in some quiet, unforgivable way, condemned his best friend to a living death, and perhaps to a real one, a fever, or something more convenient. I didn't hear the door open. I only felt the change in the air, a new, predatory coldness. I turned. A man stood in the doorway. He was tall, impeccably dressed in a suit of English wool, his hair silver, his face a handsome, unlined mask. But his eyes were the color of a winter sky, utterly devoid of warmth. This was John McCullough. "The boy reader," he said, his voice smooth and calm. "I knew you would lead me to it eventually. Your father tried so hard to keep you out of it. A futile gesture." He stepped into the room, his gaze sweeping over the relics of Julian Carson's life with a look of profound disgust. All this fuss over a story. He thought his words could change things, but stories are just air. Power is what remains. He held out a gloved hand, the book and the journal. This ends now. My hand went to the blue book in my pocket. I thought of my father's fear, of Brianna's grief, of Julian's stolen life. I thought of the single drop of blood on the spine. My memory had not been a fantasy. It was a truth buried deep. It was the moment my father had hidden this book, this dangerous, beautiful thing, perhaps after coming here, after what? My blood ran cold. I didn't give him the book. I just looked at him, at the absolute certainty in his cold eyes. There was no fight I could win, not here, not with strength. The only weapon I had was the story itself. "It's too late," I said, and my voice was steadier than I felt. "The story is out. I've read it. Others will too." He smiled then, a thin, cruel line. "You are your father's son, a believer in ghosts. There are no others. There is only what I allow to exist." He took the journal from the desk, tucking it inside his coat. He didn't need to take the book from me by force. His message was clear. He owned this city. He owned its secrets. He owned us. He left as quietly as he had come, his footsteps echoing down the stairwell until there was only silence. I stood in the dust of the dead writer's room, the weight of the blue book heavy in my pocket. I had found the author. I had learned the truth, but the truth was not a key that unlocked anything. It was just a heavier lock. I never confronted my father. What would be the point? The man I knew was real, but he was built around this one terrible act. His love for me was the wall he had built, and Julian Carson was the body buried in its foundation. We continued our life in the bookshop, the silence between us now filled with the things we would never say. Sometimes I take the blue book from its new hiding place and run my fingers over the stain on its spine. I go down to the harbor and watch the water, a dark, shifting mirror reflecting the lights of a city that knows how to keep its secrets. I think of Julian, of Brianna, of my father, of McCullough. I am the keeper of their story now, the only map that remains. And last night, walking home through the narrow streets of the Bourne, I saw it. Etched into the stone wall of a building, faded but unmistakable, was a symbol. A circle with a line through it, exactly like the one the map maker uses in the novel to mark the entrance to the secret city. It was just a graffito, probably meaningless. A coincidence. I reached out and touched the rough, cool stone. I knew it was not a coincidence. It was a sign, a thread. The story was not over. It was waiting. The second city was still there, just beneath our feet, and I was the only one who knew how to read the map. The next day, the symbol was gone, scrubbed away by an unseen hand, leaving only a faint, damp patch on the ancient stone. The erasure was more chilling than the mark itself. It was a confirmation. Someone was watching, someone who knew the language of the book. The city felt different now, the familiar streets and squares overlaid with the ghost of Julian Carson's map. Every shadowed archway, every grated cellar door became a potential threshold. I began to walk, not with any destination, but with the book as my compass. I retraced the routes described in the novel, the path the map maker took when he was closest to breaking through the surface of the real. I started in the Plaza Real, where the lampposts were designed by Gaudi, a place that always felt slightly unreal. According to Julian, the map maker would count the columns along the eastern arcade, finding one that felt hollow to the touch. I did it feeling like a fool, my heart thudding as my fingers tapped the cold stone. They all felt solid. Days turned into a week. I told Jax nothing. The weight of my father's secret and McCullough's threat created a silence around me that I couldn't breach. Jax noticed my distraction, my long, unexplained absences, but he chalked it up to the lingering shock of my discovery. He tried to pull me back into the world of the living with talk of girls and films and football, but his words seemed to come from a great distance. My search led me to an old, disused fountain in a tiny plaza near the cathedral. In the book, the map maker found a key hidden in the dry basin, tucked behind a loose brick. The fountain was still dry, filled with yellowed newspapers and cigarette butts. I knelt my back to the square and ran my hands over the crumbling mortar. One brick near the base wobbled. I pried it loose, my breath catching. There was no key. But there was a space, and in that space, tucked into a small oilskin pouch, was a single folded page. It was a sketch drawn in the same hand as the illustrations in Julian S. apartment. It depicted a detailed section of the city S underground, the Roman ruins and medieval cisterns that honeycombed the earth beneath the Gothic quarter. A path was drawn in red ink, snaking through the darkness, and it ended at a chamber that was labeled with a single word, the archive. My hands trembled. This was not a novel anymore. This was a trail. Julian had not just written a story, he had left a physical key, a thread for someone to follow. He must have done it in those final, paranoid days, fearing his own betrayal, hoping that someone, someday, would find his truth. That night the bookshop felt more like a prison than a sanctuary. The smell of paper and glue, once so comforting, now seemed to carry the faint, metallic scent of blood and betrayal. My father was sorting through a new shipment of books, his movements slow and methodical. He looked up and saw me watching him from the foot of the stairs. "You are quiet these days, Charles," he said, his voice gentle but edged with a new wariness. "I've been thinking," I replied, holding his gaze, "about stories. About how the most dangerous ones are the ones we tell ourselves to make a terrible choice seem noble." His face went still. The book in his hand hovered over a cardboard box. For a long moment the only sound was the ticking of the old clock on the wall. He looked old, the lines on his face deep grooves of regret and fatigue. He knew I knew. He didn't ask what I meant. He simply gave a small, almost imperceptible nod, a silent acknowledgement of the chasm that had opened between us. Then he turned back to his work, his shoulders slumped in defeat. The conversation was over. It had never really begun. I knew what I had to do. I waited until the deep, silent hours of the night when the city was asleep and the only light was the pale glow of the moon through my window. I took a torch and the folded map and I slipped out into the sleeping streets. The Gothic quarter was a labyrinth of black stone and deeper shadows. The map led me to a nondescript wooden door set into a wall near the Roman walls, a door I must have passed 100 times without a second glance. It was locked, but the lock was old and rusted. A firm shove with my shoulder, and it gave way with a splintering crack that echoed like a gunshot in the silence. Beyond the door, a narrow staircase spiraled down into absolute blackness, the air turning cool and heavy with the smell of wet earth and centuries. I turned on my torch. The beam cut a frail swath through the darkness, illuminating rough-hewn stone steps worn smooth by time. I descended, the world of the surface fading away with each step, until the only sound was my own breathing and the scuff of my shoes on stone. The staircase ended in a low, vaulted tunnel. It was the Roman aqueduct. Following the red line on the map, I moved forward, my torch beam dancing over arches that had stood for 2,000 years. I walked for what felt like an eternity, the tunnel occasionally branching off into other, darker passages. The map was precise, a lifeline in the underworld. Finally, the tunnel opened into a vast, circular chamber. My torch beam was swallowed by the immensity of the space. This was not Roman. The walls were lined with shelves, and the shelves were filled with books, thousands of them. Piles of manuscripts and loose-leaf pages were stacked on the floor, reaching almost to the vaulted ceiling. It was a library of the forbidden, a secret archive. In the center of the room was a simple wooden desk and a chair. On the desk sat a typewriter, and next to it, a stack of paper. I approached slowly, my heart hammering. This was where Julian Carson had written, not in the lonely apartment in Ravel, but here, in the belly of the city he was mapping. This was his true hiding place, the one he had kept even from my father, even from Brianna. He had led his pursuers to the decoy apartment while he worked here in absolute secrecy. I picked up the top page from the stack. It was the true, unedited manuscript of the City of Mirrors. The pages I had read were a palimpsest, a story laid over a deeper truth. This version named names, detailed meetings, listed bank accounts, and secret alliances. It was not a metaphor. It was a testament, a weapon. A sound from the tunnel behind me made me freeze, a soft, deliberate footstep. I turned, swinging my torch beam toward the entrance. The light fell on the tall, elegant figure of John McCullough. He was not surprised. He looked around the chamber, his cold eyes taking in the shelves of condemned knowledge, a faint smile of contempt on his lips. "I always suspected there was a deeper hole," he said, his voice echoing in the cavernous space. "The apartment was too neat, too pathetic. A man like Carson needs a cathedral for his ego, not a coffin." He stepped into the room, his gaze settling on the manuscript in my hand. "And that is the last copy, the root of the weed. Once it is burned, the story will truly be over. Your father can rest easy. His son will be safe, and I will finally be able to forget the nuisance of Julian Carson." He held out his hand. "Give it to me." I stood my ground, the pages clutched tightly in my hand. Here, in this buried room, the story felt more powerful than the man standing before me. It felt heavier than the stone above our heads. "You can burn the paper," I said, my voice echoing strangely in the chamber. "But you can burn the truth out of me. I've read it, I know it." McCullough's smile did not waver. "Truth is a currency, boy, and it requires a platform. You have none. You are a ghost like him, and ghosts do not speak, they are forgotten." He took another step forward, and I saw the glint of a small, elegant pistol in his other hand, held loosely at his side. The game was over. He had no more need for threats. The final loose end was about to be trimmed. But as he moved, his foot caught on one of the piles of manuscripts, sending a cascade of papers fluttering to the floor. The sound was like a flock of birds taking flight. In that split second of distraction, a shadow detached itself from the darkness of a side tunnel. It was my father. He was pale and breathless, his clothes disheveled, his eyes wide with a terror I had never seen in him. He must have followed me, guessed where I was going. "John, stop," he said, his voice ragged. "It's over. Let it be over." McCullough turned, his expression one of mild annoyance. "Jason, the loyal guard dog to the very end. You are too late. The boy has seen too much." "He just a boy," my father pleaded, stepping between McCullough and me. "He doesn't understand. Take the papers. Do what you want with them. Just let him go." "I made you a promise, Jason," McCullough said calmly. "I promised you and your family would be left alone if you delivered Carson and ensured his silence. You delivered the man, but you failed to secure the silence. This," he gestured with the gun towards the manuscript in my hand, "is the echo of your failure, and I do not tolerate failures." I saw it then, the full, horrifying picture of my father's bargain. He hadn't just hidden Julian. He had given McCullough the location of the Ravel apartment, trading Julian's freedom for our safety. The fever that killed Julian was a lie. The pity in Julian's journal was for the man who had been forced to become his jailer and then his executioner. "You killed him," I whispered, the words tearing from my throat. My father flinched as if struck. He didn't look at me. His eyes were locked on McCullough, filled with a desperate, hopeless defiance. "Get out of the way, Jason," McCullough said, raising the pistol. In that moment, my father was no longer the quiet, gentle bookseller. He was the man he had been during the war, a man capable of terrible, necessary things. He didn't attack McCullough. Instead, he turned and shoved me hard, sending me stumbling back into the darkness of a side tunnel I hadn't noticed. "Run, Charles," he screamed. A gunshot roared in the confined space, deafeningly loud. I saw my father stagger, a dark flower blooming on his chest. He fell against a teetering stack of books, bringing the whole mountain of paper down upon himself and McCullough in a great, final whisper. I didn't wait, I ran. I ran through the blackness, the torch beam jolting wildly, the sound of collapsing shelves and McCullough's furious shouts chasing me. I ran until my lungs burned, following the tunnels by instinct, the precious final manuscript still clutched in my hand. I ran until I found a rusted iron ladder leading up to a grate, and I pushed it open, emerging gasping into the cold, clean air of dawn in a quiet square I did not recognize. I was alone. I was the keeper of the story now, and the story had a price. My father had just paid it. I looked down at the pages in my hand, the words of a dead man that had just killed my father. They were no longer just a story. They were a testament and a weapon, and I knew with a cold certainty that settled deep in my bones that I would have to learn how to use it. The sun rose over Barcelona, but its light felt thin and insubstantial. I sat on a cold stone bench, the manuscript heavy on my lap. The city began to stir, but the sounds of life, the distant hum of a scooter, the clatter of a shop grate opening felt like they were coming from another world. My world was underground, in the dust and the gunpowder and the blood. I had to move. McCullough was not dead. The collapse of the archive might have slowed him, but a man like that does not die so easily. He would be coming. I folded the manuscript, tucked it inside my jacket, and started to walk, my legs moving on a numb, automatic command. I didn't go home. The bookshop was no longer a sanctuary. It was a crime scene waiting to be discovered, a place of ghosts and lies. I went to the only person I could think of, the one person who might understand the weight of this particular story. Brianna opened her door before I could even knock. Her face, usually a mask of composed melancholy, was sharp with alarm. She must have seen it in my eyes, in the tremor of my hands, in the dust and grime that coated my clothes. Charles, my God, what's happened? I stepped inside, the familiar scent of her apartment, oil paint and turpentine offering no comfort now. I couldn't speak. I just pulled the manuscript from my jacket and held it out to her. She took it, her fingers brushing against mine, and they were ice cold. She didn't write it. She looked at the title page, at Julian's name typed there, and then back at me. Where did you get this? The real archive, I said, my voice a hoarse croak. He had a secret room, underground. My father, McCullough, was there. I couldn't say the rest. The words, "he's dead," were stones lodged in my throat. But she understood, her face crumpled, not in the slow, graceful grief of a widow, but in the sharp, immediate horror of a new loss. She swayed, and I caught her arm, guiding her to a chair. She looked up at me, her eyes searching mine. Jason. I just nodded, and the look that passed between us was a whole conversation of shared guilt and terrible understanding. She had lost her husband to McCullough's machinations, and now I had lost my father to his direct action. We were the survivors, the ones left to tend the graves. "We have to go to the police," she said, but the words were hollow, a reflex. "You know we can't," I replied. "McCullough owns the police. We'd be handing him the last copy and signing our own death warrants." "Then what? We hide, we run." The despair in her voice was a bottomless well. I looked at the manuscript in her lap. "No, we publish it." She let out a short, bitter laugh. "No one will touch it. McCullough's reach is long. He'll have every publisher in the country terrified." "Not here," I said. The idea was forming as I spoke, a desperate plan born from a lifetime of reading about heroes and quests. We get it out of Spain, to France maybe, to someone who isn't afraid of him. It was a mad, dangerous idea. McCullough would have the airports and train stations watched. He would have his people looking for me, for her. We were two civilians against a man who had spent a lifetime building an empire on secrets and fear. But we were also the last custodians of Julian Carson's voice. My father had died to protect it, to protect me. Hiding was no longer an option. The story demanded to be told. Brianna looked at me for a long time, seeing the boy I had been and the man I was being forced to become. Then slowly she stood. She went to a small, locked cabinet in her studio and took out a passport and a thick envelope of francs. "Julian always said we might have to leave in a hurry," she said quietly. I never believed him. I thought his paranoia was just part of his genius. She handed me the money. "Take it. There's a man in Perpignan, a publisher. He was a friend of Julian's from the old days. His name is Arnaud. Find him." "You're not coming?" I asked, a new fear gripping me. "I will only slow you down," she said, "and someone needs to stay, to be a distraction, to make him think we're still here, cowering." She managed a frail, brave smile. "I am good at playing the grieving widow. It will not be a difficult role." I wanted to argue, to insist she come with me, but I knew she was right. It was the only way. I took the money and the passport she offered, an old one of Julian's, with a photo that I could, with a little luck, pass for. I left her apartment as the city was fully waking up. I was a fugitive in my own home, a keeper of a deadly truth. I didn't look back. I walked towards the station, towards the border, towards the unknown. The blue book and the final manuscript were a weight in my pocket, and against my chest, a compass and a burden. The story was not over. It was just beginning its journey into the world, and I was its reluctant, terrified courier. The train to the French border was a slow, grinding torture. Every jolt of the carriage felt like a shout, every glance from a fellow passenger an accusation. I kept my hand pressed against my chest, feeling the crinkle of the manuscript through my jacket, a constant, terrifying reminder of its presence. I had used Julian's passport at the ticket window, my heart hammering against my ribs as the agent gave it a cursory glance. The photo was old, the boy in it younger and more hopeful, but the resemblance was enough, for now. The landscape outside changed, the dense urbanity of Barcelona giving way to the scrubby, sun-baked hills of the north. I saw McCullough in every official, in every man in a suit who glanced my way. I imagined him in a fast car, racing parallel to the tracks, his cold eyes fixed on the horizon, already waiting for me. When the train hissed to a stop at Portbou, the final station before the border, a new kind of dread seized me. This was the moment of truth. The Spanish guards moved through the car with a bored authority, collecting passports. I handed over Julian's, my palms slick with sweat. The guard looked at the photo, then at me, his expression unreadable. He held it for a moment that stretched into an eternity, then stamped it with a dull thud and moved on. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd deep been holding. But then came the French officials. They were different, more meticulous. The same ritual repeated. The passport in my trembling hand, the slow, appraising look. This guard, a man with a thin, severe mustache, frowned. He looked from the photo to me, then back again. "The purpose of your visit to France, Monsieur Carson?" he asked, his French accent sharp and unfamiliar. "Tourism," I managed, the word feeling absurd on my tongue. "To see the sights." He did not smile. He studied the passport, running his thumb over the edge. "Wait here," he said, and he stepped off the train, taking my only identity with him. Panic, cold and absolute, flooded my veins. This was it, he knew. McCullough's reach was longer than I had imagined. I looked out the window. The guard was walking towards a small office, speaking to another officer and gesturing back towards the train. I had seconds. My eyes darted around the carriage, landing on the restroom at the far end. I stood up, trying to appear casual, and walked towards it. As soon as I was out of sight of the other passengers, I broke into a run. I shoved the restroom door open, locked it behind me, and threw open the window. The ground was a dizzying drop below. Without thinking, I squeezed through the narrow opening, my jacket tearing on a metal latch, and dropped onto the gravel beside the tracks. I landed hard, pain shooting through my ankle, but I scrambled to my feet and ran. I ran away from the station, away from the official buildings, towards a line of trees that marked the beginning of France. I heard shouts behind me, but I didn't look back. I plunged into the woods, the branches whipping at my face, my breath sobbing in my chest. I ran until the sounds of the station faded, until there was nothing but the rustle of leaves and the pounding of my own heart. I was in France. I was illegal, injured, and utterly alone, but I was free, and the manuscript was still safe against my skin. I leaned against a tree, clutching my aching ankle, and looked back towards the border. The train was a tiny, receding shape in the distance. They would be searching for me, but they would be searching for Julian Carson. I had to disappear. I was no longer Charles, the bookseller's son. I was a ghost with a story, and my only mission was to find a man named Arnaud in Perpignan and bring the truth at last into the light. The woods were a poor sanctuary. Every snap of a twig was a pursuing guard, every call of a distant bird a shouted order. My ankle throbbed with a hot, persistent pain, but I forced myself to keep moving, using the sun as a rough guide north. Julian's map was useless here. This was a different kind of wilderness. By nightfall, I found a narrow, unpaved road and followed it, my hunger a sharp, gnawing companion. A farmhouse appeared, a dark silhouette against the twilight sky. A dog barked, but no lights came on. I crept around the back to a small barn that smelled of hay and old wood. In a corner, I found a pile of burlap sacks and collapsed into them, the manuscript crinkling as I shifted to find a position that didn't hurt my ankle. Sleep was a fractured series of images, my father falling, McCullough's contemptuous smile, a mountain of paper whispering as it buried them both. I woke with a start, the pre-dawn light filtering through the cracks in the barn walls. My ankle was swollen and purple, but I could put weight on it. I needed to move. I drank from a rusty tap outside the barn and set off again, sticking to the edges of fields and the cover of tree lines. A few hours later, I heard the distant, steady hum of a larger road. Reaching it, I saw a sign, Perpignan 30 km. Hope, a fragile and unfamiliar feeling, flickered inside me. I couldn't walk 30 kilometers on this ankle. I stood at the roadside, my thumb outstretched, trying to look like a harmless, if disheveled, hitchhiking student. Car after car sped past. Finally, an old, dented produce truck shuddered to a stop. The driver, a man with a face like weathered leather, leaned over and pushed the passenger door open. "Where to?" he grunted in French. "Perpignan," I said, climbing in. The cab smelled of onions and diesel. He looked me up and down, taking in my torn jacket and dirty clothes. Rough night. "You could say that," I replied, my French halting but serviceable. He didn't press further, he just put the truck in gear and we rumbled forward. The normality of the act of simply sitting in a vehicle moving towards a destination was surreal. I watched the French countryside roll by, a landscape of vineyards and low stone walls so different from the urban canyons of home. Home. The word was a hollow echo. There was no home to go back to. He dropped me on the outskirts of Perpignan. The city felt small and sleepy after Barcelona. I asked a woman at a market stall for directions to the Rue des Crevins, the address Brianna had given me for Arnaud. She pointed me towards the old town. The street was a narrow, cobbled lane, shadowed by tall, shuttered buildings. The place I was looking for was not a grand publishing house, but a small, dusty shop with a faded sign that read Library Arnaud. In the window were displays of poetry collections and political essays. My heart sank. This was a place for quiet intellectualism, not for a political bombshell that could get people killed. A bell tinkled as I pushed the door open. The interior was a smaller, more chaotic version of my father's shop. A man with a wild mane of white hair and thick glasses was perched on a ladder, reshelving books. He glanced down at me. "We are closed for inventory," he said, his voice a deep rumble. "Monsieur Arnaud?" I asked. He stopped, his eyes narrowing behind his glasses. "Who is asking?" I had rehearsed this moment. I pulled the manuscript from inside my jacket. It was crumpled, the edges frayed. I held it out like an offering. "My name is Charles. Brianna sent me. She said you were a friend of Julian Carson." The name landed in the quiet shop with the force of a physical blow. Arnaud descended the ladder with a speed that belied his age. He took the manuscript from my hands, his fingers trembling slightly. He didn't open it. He just looked at the title page, at Julian's name. "He is dead," Arnaud said, not a question, but a statement of grim fact. "Yes," I whispered, "and my father, McCullough, killed him." Arnaud's eyes met mine, and in them I saw not surprise, but a deep, weary recognition. He had been waiting for this, for the ghost of his old friend to finally find its way to his door. He gestured for me to follow him through a curtained doorway into a small, cluttered back office. "Sit," he commanded, placing the manuscript on his desk with a reverence usually reserved for religious relics. "Tell me everything." And so I did. I told him about the blue book, the map, the underground archive, the final confrontation. I told him about my father's bargain and his death. The words poured out of me, a torrent of grief and fear that I had been carrying alone. Arnaud listened without interruption, his face a stony mask. When I finished, he was silent for a long time. He finally picked up the manuscript, hefting its weight in his hands. "John McCullough," he said, the name a curse. "He thinks the world is his to edit, to censor. He believes stories are just words on paper, a fierce light ignited in his old eyes. He is wrong. Stories are seeds. And this," he tapped the manuscript, "this is a forest waiting to be born." He looked at me, his gaze sharp and assessing. "You understand what will happen if I do this. They will come for me. They may come for you even here." I thought of my father giving his life for this. I thought of Julian writing in his buried cathedral. I nodded. "I know." "Good," Arnaud said. He opened a drawer and took out a letter opener. With a careful, deliberate motion, he sliced the string binding the manuscript together. He separated the pages into 3 stacks. "We will typeset it in 3 different locations. We will print it on 3 different presses. We will release it all at once. By the time McCullough tries to stop one, it will be too late. The story will already be free." He handed one of the stacks to a young woman who had just entered the back room, a typesetter named Elodie. He gave instructions in a low, urgent voice. She took the pages, her eyes wide, and disappeared back into the shop. Arnaud turned back to me. "You have done your part, Charles. You have brought the seed. Now let an old gardener plant it." For the first time since I had entered the chamber beneath the city, I felt the crushing weight on my shoulders lessen just a little. The story was no longer mine alone to carry. It was going out into the world. It would find its readers. And John McCullough, for all his power, would learn that you cannot kill a story whose time has come. You can only make it stronger. I stayed in the back room of the library for 3 days. Arnaud brought me food and a thin pallet to sleep on. The sounds from the front of the shop were the normal sounds of business, but underneath them was a constant, low hum of tension. Elodie and the others came and went at odd hours, their faces tight with a mixture of fear and exhilaration. They were building a weapon made of words and ink. On the 4th morning, Arnaud came in holding a single, freshly printed page. The typesetting was complete. The presses were rolling. He handed it to me. It was the first page of Julian's manuscript, now transformed into a crisp, professional galley proof. Seeing Julian's words, the story of his imprisonment and the system that created it, rendered in such plain, undeniable type, was like seeing a ghost given solid form. "It is done," Arnaud said. "The first run will be distributed tomorrow. To booksellers in Paris, Lyon, Marseille, to journalists, it will be a fire he cannot put out." I should have felt triumph. I had accomplished what I set out to do, but a cold dread was coiling in my stomach. It was too quiet. McCullough was not a man who accepted defeat. He was a man who planned for contingencies. "He will know it came from here," I said. "He will have people in France, people who watch for this sort of thing." Arnaud nodded, his expression grim. "It is likely, which is why you cannot stay here any longer. There is a safe house, a cottage near the coast. You will go there tonight and wait." The plan felt flimsy, a temporary shelter in a gathering storm, but I had no other. I spent the day in the cluttered back room, the printed page my only companion. As dusk fell, Arnaud gave me a key and directions to a place called Collera. "Take the coastal road, ask for no one. The cottage is at the end of a lane called the Chemin des Amandiers. It is empty." I slipped out the back door into a narrow alley. The evening air was cool and smelled of the sea. I had only taken a few steps when a dark sedan turned into the alley, its headlights off. It rolled to a stop, blocking my path. The passenger door opened, and a man in a dark suit got out. He wasn't T. McCullough, but he had the same cold, professional demeanor. Charles, the man said, it wasn't a question. Mr. McCullough would like a word. My body went numb. They had found me. They had been watching the shop. I took a step back, but another man emerged from the shadows behind me. I was trapped. The first man took a step forward, his hand moving inside his jacket. Do not make this difficult. You have something that belongs to my employer. In that moment, the back door of the library flew open with a crash. Arnaud stood there, not with a weapon, but with a stack of the freshly printed books. He shouted my name and threw one into the air. As the men turned, startled, he began hurling them into the alley, the pages fluttering like wounded birds. A story, read all about it, he bellowed, his voice echoing off the stone walls. The truth about John McCullough. It was a magnificent, desperate distraction. The two men were momentarily confused, their attention fractured by the flying books. It was the only chance I would get. I didn't run towards the street. I ran past the startled man in front of me, towards the dark sedan. I wrenched open the driver's door. The keys were in the ignition. I slammed the door shut, locked it, and turned the key. The engine roared to life. A fist pounded on the window. I threw the car into reverse and stomped on the accelerator. The sedan shot backward down the alley, scraping against the stone walls with a shriek of metal. I saw the two men diving out of the way in the rearview mirror. I reached the street, spun the wheel, and slammed the gearshift into drive. The tires squealed as I sped away, leaving the shouting and the scattered pages of Julian's story behind in the dark alley. I drove without thinking, following the signs for the coast for Collera. My hands were glued to the steering wheel, my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest. They had found me. The publication of the book wouldn't stop McCullough. It would only make him more dangerous, more determined to silence the source. The story was going out into the world, but my own story was far from over. The hunt had just begun. The stolen car was a liability. It would be reported, its description broadcast to every gendarme between Perpignan and the Spanish border. I drove for 20 frantic minutes, the lights of the city fading in my mirror, before I forced myself to think. I turned off the main coastal road onto a smaller, darker lane that wound up into the hills. When I found a secluded pull-off surrounded by scrubby pines, I killed the engine and the lights. The silence was immediate and absolute, broken only by the frantic thumping in my ears. I got out, my legs shaking, and pushed the car as far as I could into the bushes, hoping the foliage would conceal it from a casual glance. It was the best I could do. I took the key from the ignition and threw it as far as I could into the woods. Then I started walking, using the distant, glimmering ribbon of the sea as my guide. Collera was still my only destination. I walked through the night, my injured ankle a constant, throbbing complaint. The Chemin des Amandiers was not so much a lane as a dirt track, overgrown and neglected. The cottage at the end was a small, stone structure with a sagging tile roof and shutters sealed tight against the elements. Arnaud's key turned with a gritty, protesting scrape in the lock. Inside, it was dark and smelled of dust and dried herbs. A single room served as kitchen and living space, with a narrow ladder leading to a sleeping loft. There was no electricity, no phone. It was a hiding place, not a home. I barred the door and collapsed onto a rough-hewn wooden chair, listening to the sounds of the night. Every creak of the old house, every scuttling in the roof, was the approach of McCullough's men. Dawn came, pale and gray. I found a cache of canned food and a hand pump that drew brackish water from a well. This was my world now. I spent the day in a state of suspended animation, trapped between the terror of the past and the dread of the future. I thought of Arnaud, of his brave, foolish act of throwing the books. I didn't know if he was safe or if the library was now just a burned-out shell. On the second day, driven by a desperate need to know, I risked a walk to the nearest village, a cluster of whitewashed houses a mile down the hill. I kept my head down, my cap pulled low. In a small tabac, a newspaper was pinned to a board. The headline was in French, but one word stood out, unmistakable and terrifying: McCullough. My breath caught. I moved closer, my heart hammering. I couldn't understand all the text, but the gist was clear. It was an article about denials. A spokesman for John McCullough was vehemently denying the libelous and fantastical claims published in an underground pamphlet being circulated in Paris. The story was out. It was being called a hoax, a fabrication, but it was being talked about. The seed had been planted. A mixture of elation and fear washed over me. It had worked, and because it had worked, my life was worth less than ever. I bought a baguette and some cheese, avoiding the shopkeeper's eyes, and hurried back to the cottage. That night, a sound different from the usual nocturnal rustling woke me. It was the soft crunch of a footstep on the gravel path outside. I was on my feet in an instant, pressed against the cold stone wall beside the shuttered window. I had no weapon. I held my breath, listening. Another footstep closer. Then a soft, rhythmic tapping on the door, not a forceful knock, but a signal. 3 taps, a pause, then 2 more. My mind raced. It was the pattern Arnaud had described, the signal for a friendly contact. But it could be a trick. It had to be a trick. I remained silent, frozen. A low voice, a woman's voice, spoke from the other side of the door. "Charles, are you in there? Arnaud sent me. The galleys are proofed." It was the phrase, the final part of the contingency plan Arnaud had hastily given me. My legs felt weak with relief. I fumbled with the bar and unlocked the door, pulling it open a crack. Elodie stood there, the typesetter from the shop. She looked pale and tired, a knapsack slung over her shoulder. She slipped inside quickly, and I barred the door again. "It is chaos," she said without preamble, her voice low and urgent. "The police came to the shop. They asked about you, about Arnaud. They took him in for questioning. He told them nothing. They had to release him, but the library is finished. McCullough's people are everywhere, putting pressure on the authorities, calling the book sedition." "Then why are you here?" I asked. "It is not safe." "Because Arnaud was right," she said, her eyes fierce. "The story is a forest. It is already sprouting. Copies are being passed hand to hand. It is being translated, but McCullough is not just trying to suppress it. He is creating a counter-story." She opened her knapsack and pulled out a different newspaper, this one in English. The headline was large and blunt: "Fugitive son of disgraced bookseller implicated in hoax and murder." The world tilted. There was my photograph, a picture from my university identification. The article named me. It said I was unstable, that I had fallen under the sway of radical elements, that I was wanted for questioning in the death of my own father, whose business had been failing due to his association with banned materials. It was a perfect, poisonous inversion of the truth. McCullough wasn't just trying to catch me. He was making me the villain of his own narrative. Elodie saw the comprehension dawn on my face. "He is not just hunting you," she whispered. "He is erasing you. He is turning you into his character. Your only chance is to get to Switzerland, to neutral ground. There are people there, journalists, who can protect you, who can tell your side." She handed me a new identity card, a train ticket, and a small bundle of francs. "The train from Marseille goes to Geneva. Be on it tomorrow. You are Pierre Dubois now, a student." She left as quietly as she had come, melting back into the night. I looked down at the forged identity card. The face was mine, but the name was not. Charles was being buried under a mountain of lies, and Pierre Dubois was a flimsy ghost. I had set out to bring a story to light, and in return my own story had been stolen and rewritten. The fight was no longer just about Julian's truth. It was about my own. And I knew with a cold, certain clarity that getting on that train was not about running away. It was about finding a new front in the war.